Hello everyone, welcome. Hello Ara, hello Anime, welcome. Hope everyone has been well. Today is definitely different content compared to usual. Today I plan to play a visual novel. This game recently released. It was like, was it earlier this month? I think it was. But I really liked the music and like the animation and art style of this visual novel. So yeah, today is just gonna be me narrating or trying to narrate this story. It's more of a text-based adventure, I guess you could say, game. So compared to other games, it's not really as interactive in a sense, and not as immersive. But I think personally, I've been really into like more visual novel style or like more story-based games recently, and just chill games, really chill games, like comfy games, I guess you could say. So that is what we're doing today. Hopefully you guys can appreciate the music and the art style as much as I really like the trailer, so yeah. Also, mind you, I am terrible at reading, and my reading voice is very monotonous in a sense, so excuse that, but we'll give it a shot. Out of the blue of the railway bridge and into the sunset-tinged light she walks. It feels like stepping into a whole different world. The bustle of the people coming and going around the station hits her like a sharp gust of wind. The thick fog of loneliness surrounding her is blown away instantly. The light shines right into Yomichi's eyes. She squints and lets the flow of people carry her forward. The station is always crowded at this time of the day. Lots of people, lots of reasons for being here. People riding on their train home, people who just arrived here, people who just stand there waiting for someone. And also, hopefully the music's not too loud as well, because to me it's loud, but I don't know if it's to you guys it's loud or not, so hopefully it's fine. Yomichi liked it that way. It's good? Oh, okay, good. The endless stream of stimuli flooding her sight and hearing kept her brain too busy to think. When she's surrounded like that, she almost forgets who she is. There's a huge weight off her mind. But she liked being under the bridge, or in small alleyways just as well. One road away is all it takes. The crowd feels silenced. If you listen closely, you would still hear them, but it was only a muffled roar from a distant world. You could look at the wind, trying to rip off the tattered posters on the walls and think about yourself in peace and solitude. The night has almost arrived at the station. The sun slowly goes off to be replaced by the city's lights. Like the haziness and the mood of this right now, oh my god, it's so nice. Literally, this is like me throughout this is gonna be like, oh, it's so pretty, oh my god. It's so nice. But yeah, there's a reason why I was like so hyped for this to come out. Hopefully the story is as good as I imagined it to be as well. So yeah. Yomichi strolled, waiting for the dark. Now the station isn't close to either her home or her school. The chances of meeting anyone she knows are very low. It's really cozy, yeah. The sun disappears between the buildings, leaving the sky black. Yomichi keeps walking. The things around her lose their shadows, and their silhouettes become blurry. In come the streetlights, helping those things cast shadows again. And then she loses track of where she is. Before she knows it, she's walking in a desert. The moon's expanse of white sand and rocks spread in all directions. The sky above is lit by endless faint stars, but there's no moon to join them. Interesting username, but hello Lolly, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Far away towards the sorry. Loki, I'm gonna misread a lot of things, but do bear with me. Far away toward the horizon, a blur of light wavers like a mirage. You could think it was a reflection on a distant sea, but she knows it's a large moon city. She has never been there before. Oh my god, I remember when I said that, literally. I can't read. But she knows it's a large moon city. She has never been there, and she couldn't even guess how many days it would take to walk all the way to it. Hello, welcome. A white desert and a black sky. Those are the only two colors she can see. She feels she could walk for hours with no addition to the palette. And yet she keeps going, treading along as if on a familiar path. But I hope you're doing well today, Lily. Today is a different genre of games that I'm streaming. But I hope you can appreciate this game as much as I am enjoying this game. She realizes something. She's not the only one. Question mark. Through this silent world where question mark cannot follow. I should just say blank for those parts. Or something. You're about to play a riddle. During riddles, click on the words on the screen to examine them further and find keywords. You can place keywords in the hidden question mark slots in the sentences at the bottom of the screen. Once you correctly complete the sentence, you'll be able to move forward to the story. I don't speak English yet, so I understand very little of what you say, but I can keep up. Oh, that's okay. Hopefully you can just more appreciate the game if anything, and like the aesthetics of the game. The sensitive sound effect. If only what would even the sound effect be? Is my head pad not working? Why is head pad not working? I don't know why I turned it off like accidentally. I think. There we go. Because the last stream I didn't have my VTuber model on, so I switched my my redeems around because I had a separate head pat for my PNG tuber instead. But yeah, thank you for that. The desert spreads with no end in sight, a world of sand and rocks, but there in the distance, like a mirage, lies a moon city. Rocks. Here and there, the white sand is spotted by rocks of the same color. She tries to pick one up, but it immediately crumbles into dust. Did all of this sand used to be solid stone once? It sadly doesn't feel that way. This place feels too quiet for time to actually move forward. Time. That should go there. Moon City. Yomichi squints at the buildings, wondering if people lived there, but the city is too far for... I just realized, oh my god, if you move your mouse around, you get like a slight effect of where you're looking. That's kind of cool. A very small detail, but that's pretty cool. I would expect it to be like a static image at the back. That's pretty cool. Where am I up to? Yomichi squints at the buildings, wondering if people live there, but the city is too far for the dark silhouettes of people to stay in the light from the windows. Even if there were people, walking all the way to them would take her days. Walking. Countless stars hang from the sky. But the constellations they draw are weird and unfamiliar. Wherever she may be, she knows that she is far from home. Only one walking. she realizes something. She's not the only one walking through the silent world where time cannot flow. I guess today it means that there's going to be a lot of hydrates. Because I always get scuffed very easily, so... Today's stream is the only stream where I'm like, okay, the hydrates are very valid. Eventually she hears footsteps other than her own. Oh, it's a different person. Oh, Yamichi, a new outfit already? Turn around and there she is. Crap. I don't know who's who. Okay, I'm assuming the first person is going to be Yamichi, so... Just bought these yesterday. Aren't they cute? Well, they're unique. She utters lazily with her hazy eyes pointed at the print on Yomichi's shirt. But Yomichi knows that she's more interested than she shows to be. You know, I've been wondering, you live in that city over there, right, Mother Bear? That I do. Isn't that far? I guess you could say it is. How do you come all the way here then? Madoba gazes at the mirage-like city she just says she lives in. Did you know? She asked with a sudden impertinent smile on her face. Know what? That skipping along makes you faster, almost as fast as light. I didn't know that. Yomichi tries skipping, but each step still only brings her one step forward. Oh, this is a cutscene, so you guys can enjoy a really nice animation and music. The only problem is my fat head's in the way, but excuse that. Like, the style is so simple, but it's just so clean and so nice. I wish I could draw like this, honestly. I wonder if those are supposed to be like letters. Like paper notes. But honestly, there's something about like staring up and I guess stargazing that's just so boring and like so pretty and therapeutic. Maybe sticky notes, yeah. Like one day I really want to go out to like the countryside and go stargazing. I just really appreciate without any like light pollution or anything. I think that would be really nice. I don't know how long the playtime for this visual novel is, to be honest. I don't think it should be too long. I think this is like a collection of stories as well. I don't know if they're interlinked with each other. I feel like they might not be. I think each story is like a different quote-unquote world that she goes to, from my understanding. It's beautiful when you see it camping in the countryside. Yeah, exactly. I just feel like the rare chances that I have been like camping or like outside, like far out for like an Airbnb or whatever, and it's like really quiet. You can just literally look outside and just like all the problem is, okay, I wear glasses, right? So my vision is not good. So I can't appreciate like stars as much as someone who doesn't need glasses, which I'm like very sad about because it's like so far away. And then I feel like, I don't know if this is true, but I feel like people would be able to see the stars in a lot more crisp and high definition, you know, kind of thing. But for me, it's like, I can see the general view of it. It's really nice and everything, but because it's so far away, low-key, it's like just a blur. Or it's like the stars are just dots, or like blurry dots. And I'm like, oh, but if they were clearer, it would be so nice. But unfortunately, I'm visually impaired, so I can't appreciate it to the max capacity that it has. See it on monitors, it's not the same. It's just not the same. It's like experiencing it in real life, in like real time, and just breathing like, or like being engaged in like that cool night, like temperature, weather, and just looking up and stargazing is different. Like, of course I could, you know, look up like a YouTube video, be like, oh, I just want to see space. Like, that's cool, but it's just vibes, you know, vibes. Once school is over, Yumichi chooses her shirt for the day, puts it on and leaves the house. Why would you ruin the moment with the mosquito? Pray that there's no mosquitoes. You just put insect repellent, you know, spray yourself down with insect repellent and then surely there's no bugs, right? If there is, then it's pretty tragic. That's why you don't go during summer, you know. If it's during summer, then there's gonna be like more bugs that are attracted to your heat. Actually, is that how it works? I don't know. Are there mosquitoes during winter? I feel like there's not, right? Is there? Let me Google this. Are there mosquitoes in winter? The first thing that comes up. Ah, okay. It says apparently adult mosquitoes of some species become inactive with the onset of cool weather and enter hibernation to live through the winter. So, that's the sign. Oh, the larvae in the water. Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't know that bugs hibernated as well. I don't know why my impression was just like mammals and stuff like that. Animals would be the ones to hibernate, like bears and other animals, but I don't know why my brain was like, actually, I guess you could consider caterpillars to butterflies is also considered hibernation, no? What is there a proper term for that when caterpillars become term for when caterpillars turn into butterflies? Oh, metamorphosis. That's right. That's right. Oh my god. I completely forgot. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Fun fact, apparently grasshoppers, crickets, dragonflies, and cockroaches have incomplete metamorphosis. Why is it incomplete though? Wait, what do baby dragonflies and cockroaches and stuff? Actually, I don't want to look that up. I hate bugs, so I don't know why I would look it up. What's the game about? The game is about the MC, I believe, is just going through different worlds and experiencing different stories kind of things. And just, yeah. I don't know too much about it. I'm not gonna lie, the main reason why I bought this game is because of the music and the animation style. But it just seemed like a very chill game and I was like, oh, story, visual novel, why not, you know? Ah, okay, so apparently complete metamorphosis has 4 stages. So it's got the egg, the larva, the pupa, and then the adult. Whereas incomplete metamorphosis only has 3 stages. So they will just have the egg, the nymph, and adult. So I'm assuming the nymph is just the baby version of it. So it doesn't... Why is it considered... Wait, does that mean... Do chickens count? Or is metamorphosis only applicable to insects and bugs? Because if you follow that theory, what is considered a nymph? Oh, okay. Apparently, a nymph is just a juvenile form of some invertebrates, so insects. Ah, okay, so... okay, the more you know, metamorphosis only applies to insects, to my understanding. Can we just Google? It's a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask Google. Does a chicken undergo metamorphosis? Okay, no, so yeah. No, okay, metamorphosis or incomplete metamorphosis is only... Huh? Okay, this is like turning my brain inside out. No, a chicken doesn't count. No. I guess a nymph is only applicable to invertebrates then, so insects. So therefore, no matter what, so a baby version of an insect will always be considered a nymph. So will it always undergo incomplete metamorphosis? Biology, oh my god. Because the first thing that I see on Google says that chickens don't go through metamorphosis because metamorphosis is literally just changing from one thing to another. So like in a case of a caterpillar to a butterfly, it makes sense. But what about... do they grow extra things? Is that why it's considered that? I don't know. Because if the young are born and hatched looking like their parents, but a chick doesn't really a chick doesn't really look like a chicken when it's born. But then I also feel like, I guess juvenile or baby insects do really look different, or they change, so that's why it's considered. Right, I feel like maybe tadpoles also undergo, right? Because they lose their tail, right? This has become a biology stream. Do tadpoles, do frogs undergo wait, which one? Ah yes, they undergo complete metamorphosis. Yeah. Google's like, the metamorphosis of the tadpole larva into an adult frog is one of the most striking transformations in all of biology. That is... Welcome in, Jimmy. Hello. Welcome. I guess so, as long as it has to change a lot. So I guess for insects, they change more than I thought they do. Because I feel like baby insects, most of the time they'll look pretty much the same as the adult, but just a mini-sized version, right? But I guess also maybe it depends on the insect. Not all insects will undergo incomplete metamorphosis, I think. I don't know. Does shedding count? So when they become... does that count as undergoing incomplete metamorphosis then? By shedding? Shut up, just slandering these poor little baby bugs. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't remember too much about biology. Or bug biology. Like, I know with butterflies and caterpillars that is like a known case of metamorphosis. But like other bugs, like apparently cockroaches and dragonflies and crickets, they undergo incomplete metamorphosis. I'm like, don't the baby versions of those insects look the same, but just a tiny version? I don't know. I could be wrong, honestly. I hate bugs, so I don't look at them. I feel like with cockroaches, right? There's only a specific breed, surely, like a specific species of cockroaches that fly. Because not all cockroaches fly. And I think only once in my life, maybe twice, 2 times in my life, I've seen a cockroach fly, and oh my god. I have PTSD from that. Straight up. I hate cockroaches with a passion. I have a fear of them. Innate fear. It's so bad. Also, by the way, I don't know if you guys realize, but I have a daily check-in that you guys can accumulate called the daily rain doll. So if you guys click that, you can check in. There we go. It's just something new that I was like, oh, why not implement it? But this currency is not the same as channel points, unfortunately. It's just a separate thing, like a counter thing that you can just keep track of how many times you check in, stuff like that. A little incentive kind of thing. Because why not? Something a little fun to include. I was like thinking of more redeems to kind of implement, but my brain is still trying to rack through ideas, but I'm struggling. I'm really struggling. One time I went to grab these shoes I hadn't worn in like half a year, but when I oh no, 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 no. That is so gross. That's so gross. That's actually PTSD. I would never want to put shoes on ever in my life again. I think there was a case where there was a spider inside I think my brother's shoe, and I think he was on his way out, and then he was like, "Whoa, what the heck, what the?" And then I was like, because the thing is, in my old apartment, I used to like, my room was next to the entrance to the door, so my window would be looking into the entrance area, and so like I looked in through the window. I'm like, huh. What's going on? It's like, there's a spider. I'm like, there's a spider. No, oh my god, I don't want to wear my shoes anymore. I don't want to go outside. It's just trauma. I always shake my shoe. Yeah, honestly, that's the way to go. They are not limited to the ground. They build spider webs and everything, so they're everywhere. No? Yeah, there's jumping ones as well. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember. There was a period of time back in the day, I don't remember what it was, but like there was a whole like I don't remember what it was from. I'm pretty sure it was in Australia, where was it in the outback or in the countryside, where all the trees and everything were like completely covered in like spider webs and spiders and everything, and so every time the wind would blow, it'd just be blowing like spiders and everything everywhere. Oh my god, I don't want to think about it, but I remember seeing that on Facebook, like the news and stuff like that. Oh my gosh, I was so scared to go outside. I'm like, that would be trauma. It's like similar to, I think in South America, they have like, was it the locusts, like infestations? Is it called locusts? I think it is, right? Locust. Yeah, oh, locust swarms, that's what they are. Oh no, it's in Africa. But I think before there was some in South America, I think I remember seeing. Oh, apparently the infestation had begun because of a cyclone. Interesting. But yeah, I think just infestations of anything is just traumatizing. Like, I think the only proper infestation I've ever like experienced was an ant infestation, and oh my god, it was pain trying to get rid of all of them. Like, no matter, like, even after you feel like you've gotten rid of all of them, like you continue on in your daily life, and then you'll find like an ant or a few ants like here and there, like, what? Why are you here? Like, you shouldn't be here. I thought I killed all of you guys. But yeah, I think I don't even know what would be like the worst infestation out of all bugs. Yeah, what would be the worst infestation? Can you have like a mosquito infestation? Scorpion? Oh my god, those are guys are like huge though. Like, how would you even have a scorpion infestation? Is that even possible? Oh, actually, yeah, I'd say, yeah, roaches are pretty bad. That's more plausible, I think, compared to all the others. Yeah, I don't know. Scorpion? Any stranglers? Yeah, any bugs. I think just in general. Anything that has more than 4 legs, I think is traumatizing. Are there any bugs with 4 legs? I don't think so, right? Are there? Insects with 4 legs. Is that a thing? I'd like a money infestation. Same. that would be stonks. Insects with 4 legs. No, I don't think so. Oh, they're awesome. Is that an I or an L? But Fushiguro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. Apparently, There are a few. So it says that some hexaplods have 6 limbs but only 4 legs. So there's mantises, there's brush-footed butterflies, apparently. What do they look like? I thought all butterflies had 6 legs. I guess they have 4 legs and then 2 long antennae that look like legs. Right? Does that seem plausible? I think that seems more legit, right? Yeah, maybe. Water skitter? What's that? Water skitter. Ugh, oh my god, that's so gross. Oh, I don't, it was huge. Oh my god. Why did I Google that? I was like expecting it not to be like Google images. Oh, I hate insects with a passion. Oh, why did I look that up? Oh, that was disgusting. No. I'm done with bugs. We're over this. Oh, the Google image literally took up like half my monitor. Ugh. No. Just look at nice, pretty anime characters. Oh, traumatized. Anywho's, we'll continue with the story. Please do. I know. Ah, is that a water skitter? So skit. That looks so different to the actual version of it. No, because I thought it'd give me like a word explanation, right? Like all the other things I've been Googling. But like Surskit's cute. But the actual water skitter itself is disgusting. But then again, I don't think there's any like gross insect Pokemons, right? Let's see. Ugly insect Pokemons. We are on a massive tangent, but it did. I know, it killed me. It really killed me. Don't give me ugly. Okay. Yeah, I think all the Pokemon insects are like fine. There's none that give me the heebie-jeebies, I think. Thank you for the head pat as well. Thank you. Yeah, I think they're all... I think it's also because they're animated and like in a cartoon style that it's not as gross. But if there was like a realistic version of Pokemons, I think it'd be pretty gross. And I am not planning to look that up either, because I feel like... I mean, the moment it's a Pokemon, yeah, that's true. It is. It's supposed to be kid, but also like I feel like a lot of kids, they're like really curious about like bugs, right? Like collect bugs. Like I feel like a lot of people as a kid would like, because I feel like what are they called? Stag beetles? The fighter beetles? The ones with the 2 pincers, or like that? No, not 2 pincers. You know in Genshin how Ito like he collects those bugs, right? Those beetles, like they collect those kind of beetles, right? What are they called stag beetles? They keep them as pets. Yeah, stag beetles. That's what they're called. And I always thought they were kind of ugly, but everyone's like, oh my god, they're so cool, we can make them fight. I'm like, okay, sure. You do you. It'll be dawn soon. It will be. Actually, is dawn... Wait. Is dawn sunrise or is it sunset? Dawn is... No, dawn is sunrise, right? What's the opposite of dawn? I'm like, what is English? Yes, dawn is the first appearance of light in the morning. Opposite of dawn. Ah, dusk. Oh my god. English? What is English? I don't English. Actually, I think the idea of Pokemon started from bug collecting. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. That makes a lot of sense. Anywho, away from bugs, back to the story. After a massive tangent. Yes. I think this next story was an interesting one, I think, from the trailers I've seen. You can still see the sun in the sky. Her destination is a park not far from her home. It's a small park in a residential area, with little to boast other than a rusty slide and a dirty bench. A sad place she's never seen children play in. She sits on the slide slider and pulls out her phone. It's not worth to risk the bench, considering how it's always wet. Wet? Wet from rain? Or like paint wet? Probably water wet, right? But it's not like it's raining all the time, unless it actually is. Friends from her class are talking about next week's test in a group chat. I ask her if she remembers what was supposed to be in the test, to which she replies with a simple, nope. That is a moon. What little sky is left uncovered by the old houses around the park starts turning red. Eventually night comes. The shadows inside the park merge with the darkness outside. Bruh, connection is not great. We'll continue watching when I'm home. Yes, get home safe. As the wind seems to take away the last ray of light, still hitting the city. Yomichi finds herself standing inside a dark tunnel. It's dark in front of her, dark behind her, just dark all around. Once her eyes get used to the darkness, she notices there is a very faint light seeping in through the top of the tunnel. It's a green light, not quite sunlight, not quite fluorescent lamplight. I need to go to sleep. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming by, Lily. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully you have a good night's rest. I will catch you sometime next time, hopefully. Thank you. I'll catch you next time. Good night. Bye-bye. I'm like slowly losing my voice. She stretches and starts walking through the tunnel she already knows so well. When night falls, she finds herself in new worlds. She doesn't even remember when this all started, but she's pretty sure it did. Yes, sir. I will drink.
Promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
Honestly, I still can't believe after the last stream, my brain just keeps thinking of the idea that Jimmy thought that I was like 29. I was like, oh my god, is that the impression I give people? Do I seem like an old person? Do I seem like I'm in my late 20s? Oh no. It's been like stuck at the back of my brain. Like, I'm not that old, please. But I guess it's also hard to kind of gauge how old people are, like purely just from their voice. Yeah. The impression you give off is wise as I feel. Really? I don't know. I guess like self-reflection compared to like other people's like perception of you is very different. So I guess it is interesting if I like kind of just ask people like, oh, you know, I think, oh, it'd be interesting to just hear what everyone thinks, like how old people think I am. If if they don't know me per se, or like they haven't tuned into my streams. Because I think a lot of times I have implied that I am in my early 20s. I actually know. I guess so. Especially because I'm at uni as well. Yeah, I don't know. But it's interesting. It's really interesting. I never would have thought that. Oh, I don't know. I've heard people who've met me IRL, like my coworkers and stuff, have thought that I was in my mid-20s potentially. I'm like, huh, do I look old? Or is it just literally just purely my demeanor, my like how I am, and like my personality and stuff? Hopefully it's not my hooks. It's kind of sad if it is. Anywho. What was I up to? She doesn't even remember when this all started, but she's pretty sure it didn't used to happen when she was a little girl. It probably was around the time she entered middle school. In any case, if she's alone at night, she'll suddenly get transported to some unusual place. Is it just her mind traveling? Is it her body just coming along for the ride? She has no idea. I feel like from the stories alone, it seems like very relatable in like the loneliness of an individual. Am I thinking too much about this? I don't know. But it seems very relatable, like the thoughts she kind of goes through. Even though I'm just starting the second story, but yeah. I do really like when like stories diverge into concepts of emotions and deep thoughts and stuff like that. I think like in this day and age, I feel like with a lot of judging and stuff and just surface level things, it's a shame, I guess, but you don't really get a deep dive into how people think and their true emotions and people hiding their emotions and trying to please everyone. I think these kind of stories they go against the grain in a sense. Escapism, yeah. But you're deep in your own thoughts and everything. It's a nice change, definitely. It makes you feel like you're not alone. Like no matter like how much you think in your own world, everyone, well not everyone, I don't know. I guess you could say kind of everyone has like these alone times and these alone thoughts. So it's nice to relate, I guess. At first she thought they were just weird dreams, then she started worrying she was going insane. But eventually she got used to it. She can't predict where she'll be transported or when, but she doesn't get surprised anymore when it happens. She has made friends through these travels and now she can even walk through an eerily lit tunnel without a scare. Sorry. There are openings in the concrete walls. They are large enough for someone to walk through. Voices come out of them. Shouts. Whispers. That's kind of creepy. Unless, like, this is more of this tunnel is more of like her train of thought. And then the openings are just voices that she hears inside her brain. After going past a few of these openings, she finally finds the one she's looking for, marked by an unassuming sign hanging on top of it. She crouches and walks inside. "Good evening," she says. "Oh, hello there." Oh, Ikemen. Yes, we get a man. We get an anime man. An apron-wearing young man behind the counter smiles at her. Actually, I didn't... In the trailer, was there a guy? I don't remember seeing a guy. Hopefully. But I don't mind seeing like other like female characters either. It's just that I hope... Actually, I don't think it will be. I don't think there's romance in this. It's not a dating sim. It's just a visual novel. There aren't many customers tonight. Ooh. It's a nice change in vibes and music. Shortly after she sits in front of the counter, the bartender serves her a cup of coffee. Oh, okay, that's cool. Instead of like a bar that serves alcohol, it's a bar that serves coffee. That's a nice concept. Because what is alcoholism, you know? We just need caffeine fixes. Along with the steaming cup, he hands her a shallow glass container. It kind of looks like an ashtray, but it isn't one. Yumichi is too young to smoke anyway. She slides the container to right below her face and looks into it. It's empty and polished to a mirror sheen. She grabs a cup and takes a sip. Yomichi never particularly liked coffee. She got used to the aroma because her parents drank it every morning, but no matter how many times she tried it, she just couldn't enjoy that bitterer taste. The coffee they served here, however, was the exception. The flavor was rich and complex, and you didn't need any sugar or milk to mask the bitterness. One time, she even asked the bartender if he did anything out of the ordinary to make it taste like that. When he replied, nothing special, she knew that it was a humble way to tell her that he put in a lot of effort in choosing the beans and extracting the coffee, while also implying that there was no secret ingredient. The coffee is a bitter and deep in flavor, as usual. After one sip, she puts the cup back on the counter. As she enjoys the aftertaste, she notices that tears have started streaming down her cheeks. Vulnerability. Interesting. She wasn't sad nor happy enough to justify tears. The coffee's flavor was comforting, yes, but that was no reason for crying. And yet, every time she tasted the coffee here, she felt so warm inside that she ended up crying. She stares blankly in front of her, waiting for the tears to subside. After traversing her whole face, the tears drop down and into the glass container. Interesting, okay. That was the currency here in this world. Tears, the currency of tears. Oh, that seems kind of sadistic. The bartender gives you coffee. Oh, sorry. Brain is not braining. The bartender gives you coffee and you pay him in tears. She has seen other customers here before, and they all did the same thing. They'd fill the glass container with tears, even when they were in the middle of a pleasant conversation. Once they were done, they'd give the container back to the bartender. That happened in all the shops inside this tunnel world. There was no money except for tears. Interesting. I guess, rather than it being sadistic, I guess you could kind of think of it in the way that they're taking away your sadness for you. Like you're paying in your no, that's just still that still sounds sadistic. Like it's okay, let's not think of it badly, alright? There's good intentions behind this. She thinks that there's nothing about the coffee making her cry. Oh, sorry. She thinks that it's nothing about the coffee making her cry. It's just the world. Oh my god, why can't I read? Pain. A cup of tears for a cup of coffee though. But also... a cup of tears. That's a lot of tears. But I guess in a sense it's like, if you drain yourself of your... like a cup of your sadness for a cup of coffee, that comforts you. It's not a bad trade, right? Maybe. I don't know. In her day world. Okay, right, that's right. So every time it's nighttime, she will jump into a different world, is to my understanding. Where's the copium bell? Not here, in a different world, you know, surely. Here is just the sadness. In her day world, you cry when you feel moved. Here you cry when somebody gives you something. Huh? Interesting. If they give you anything, then you have to give them your tears. Interesting. She feels that the bizarre rules of any world she visits also apply to her for as long as she stays there. The same was true of the moon world, where she met Mother Bear. She could breathe just fine despite having no air to breathe. Interesting. I didn't think about that. Moving from a world to the next changes a lot of things. But the thing is, you get used to pretty much anything eventually. At first, crying in front of people felt extremely embarrassing, but now she doesn't mind it as much, because in this world, it isn't much. She turns her teary eyes upward and sees the bartender cleaning a cup. Now, she never speaks of her world while she's in the shop, but the first time she found herself here, she had started talking about it. The bartender wasn't the least bit surprised, but also looked like he could not care less. That's great. He treated every customer the same, regardless of who they were and where they came from. That was his policy. Could not care less. Not in a bad way. That's good. That made her feel comfortable, which is why she often came back and started following that rule herself. Hello Nin, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yes, a visual novel. Indeed. Have you had your last exam yet? Or is it in the coming weeks? Or maybe next week? This week? I'm doing okay, not too bad. In 2 days, more time to grind. I hate it when it's, actually no, it's a love-hate relationship. Like having, nothing major. That's good. Less stress for free. Mind if I talk to you? Oh, his name is Hoshi. She has forgotten how she came to know this, but the bartender's name is Hoshi. Of course, nobody even bothers asking that, you know. Is it weird? I'm sorry, I'm not used to this kind of place. Oh, don't worry, I'm not used to it either. He turns toward her with a, no. I should probably take a water break as well. So gloomy today as well. Yesterday it rained and I was like kind of sad. But today, I don't think it's rained, but it's just been super gloomy, which is not fun. I thought it would have stopped raining. Well, actually, it hasn't rained in a while, to be honest. So it eventually had to happen. He turns towards her with a genuine look. Oh my god, I really need to read properly. He turns toward her with a look of genuine confusion on his face. How long have you been doing this? About half a year. Really? But the first time I came here was about half a year back. I'd probably just started then. That's surprising. There were a lot of people who looked like regulars at the time. Oh, so does that mean that the bar, or quote-unquote bar, was also opened like half a year ago? Interesting. And it's just coincidentally that she had come in at the same time that he opened. They're just people who look like regulars. I even get first-time customers asking for quote-unquote the usual. And what do you serve them then? I just guess. We like a man who's intuitive and they don't complain. Oh, they don't. They have no idea what they want either. By the way, do you mind if I have something to drink too? Sure, go ahead. Hoshi crouches down and opens a cabinet below the counter. Secret stash. What were you doing before opening this place? Good question. What was I doing? Music? I think. I probably made a living out of music. Drink. What are we drinking? So you're a musician? You could say that. That's so cool. We drink coffee here. Actually, I think it's just for her. Because they made the impression that they just serve whatever tea things they want. So it could be alcohol, could be juice, could be coffee. Drinking water, that too, yeah. Some high quality water from the bar that would hit you back a whole cup of tears. Oh yeah, that's right. For those who don't know, the currency in this specific world is tears, which is an interesting concept. Not money, but tears. So you trade in a cup of your sadness for a cup of coffee or a cup of like juice, a cup of wine, whatever. Hello Linok, hello Winnie, welcome, welcome. Rikariha. I know, we bougie like that. It isn't really. I only lasted a year or so. So this guy seems to be just jumping between professions. Very interesting. Coffee, time for espresso martini. You could probably get one here as well. Honestly though, like I haven't drank alcohol in forever and I probably feel like I probably have like no tolerance to alcohol now. It's probably super bad.
You need to drink your water.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you.
That's a promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
And the hat pat. Thank you, thank you. Still cool. So, you did something? Oh wait, there's no cooldown on head pats. Thank you for the second head pat. Huh, I didn't know that. Wait, 1 second. I don't have double ups on my redeems, right? Okay, no, there's no double ups. Good, good. Oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, the only thing I needed... Thank you for the second head pat. The only thing I need to cool down on is literally just the hydrate. Also for people who just joined in, I included a new redeem, like a check-in redeem kind of thing. So if you go into the channel points, there's something called the daily rain doll. If you click that, I can't redeem it, never mind. You can only redeem it once every stream. So it's like a check-in thing, and then I know, it's so good. You literally just peg him with you peg him with a bajillion bottles. And then once he finishes his queue of bottles, he gets slapped with the rest of them. It's so good. So if you want to go, what's it called? Go to a place where there's no cooldowns on redeems. Hydrate redeems, please. Oh, actually, speaking of that, we need to give shout outs. Oh my god, I'm a fake streamer. Is that it? Yes. Ayo, we're sending traffic, Mara. We're sending traffic towards you. The water truck is coming your way. Actually, no, it's not even a water truck. It's literally like a fire brigade. What do you call it? A fire truck? Fire brigade truck. Bringing the hose as well. Coming down with the hose. And then also, who else is here? We've got Nin. Water VTuber, honestly. And then we have Lunox as well. I'm always scared that I'm gonna get Lunox. Okay, it is. Ooh. Sweat. Like, I would panic if I shouted out the wrong person and you guys go over. It's like, who's that? Like, they don't have any followers. Like, whoops, I've spelled it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm a fake friend. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else I'm missing? Surely not, right? I think we're good. Before that, I drifted around a couple of years. He stands back up and places a bottle of... So, we got juice here as well. Oh, wait, never mind. No, it is juice. And he places a bottle of orange liquid on the table. It looks like a liqueur, but at first glance, but it's actually just orange juice. Who needs alcohol? We don't need alcohol. Alcohol is bad. Most people around here do it. We work for a few years and then use that money to travel for a few years. Mostly, we're trying to get to the end of the tunnel. Oh. Yeah, I'm like losing my voice now. This is very relatable, honestly. Mostly, we're trying to go to the end of the tunnel, and when we're out of money, we find a new job nearby. Rinse and repeat. The corporate life. Slaving away to try to earn the money we can and enjoy our lives. Yumichi looks at the reflection of her face on the bottle. I just opened the shop here because I found the place empty. The bottles and such were all here to begin with, too. Oh. So you pretty much took over this bar? Oh, coffee shop. Coffee shop? Bar? So it was already a coffee shop before you came here. But there's alcohol here, so... Yes, everything here belonged to someone else. The glasses, this apron, everything. Is there anything you brought here then? My clothes, I guess. I don't bring anything with me when I travel. Ah. Does that mean that everyone also travels between worlds like MC does? Isn't that scary though? Hashi stares at Yamichi. How so? I mean, you have no idea where you'll end up tomorrow. Indeed. Well, do you? I don't. Just thinking about what Hashi has just said, makes Yamichi feel uneasy in a way she can't quite put into words. The first thing she could come up with was talking about her dreams for the future. I guess I'll just find a job and keep working there forever. In the meantime, I'd get married, then get old. Normal stuff. Isn't that why everyone worries so much about the future? If everyone lived as freely as you did, there'd be no point in worrying at all. You have a point. I can't say I ever worry about it. All I can do is deal with the present. Hashi pours the orange juice into a tall glass. The juice is cloudy and the color is uneven. That doesn't mean it's not a good choice for you. Finding a single place to work and sticking to it could work. I'd get bored really fast though. You really are the carefree type. Doesn't that make everything easier? That is the question always. You have to weigh up whether you want to be carefree or if you want to be, plan everything out. Both have their pros and cons. Yamichi isn't so sure about that. She isn't even sure there is a correct answer to that question. While Hoshi's lifestyle sounds easy, she couldn't help but feel worried about having no clear path in her life. In her case, that sense of uneasiness would be stronger than the enjoyment she could get out of it. But maybe a few years from now, she'll see this with different eyes. At least all the people around these parts are like this. They just can't stay put in a place and grow roots. We just go with the flow, like water. It's nice not to have to think about where you'll end up next. Yumichi is starting to get convinced about the merits of that lifestyle. So you'll move out of here eventually? I sure will. When I get bored of it or when I have enough money to set aside, whichever comes first. Oh, that's sad. Why? I'm sure this place will get a new bartender in no time once I'm gone. The look of genuine confusion on his face makes Yamichi realize that, for the people of this world, this is the normal way to think about things. Say, what's at the end of the tunnel? No idea. But I've never seen anyone come back after getting to the end. So I'm sure there's something. How was my test? My test was... it wasn't too good. It was okay. I mind blanked. I think it happens a lot, to be honest, especially when it comes to exams that are like pure memorization. Like when I read the questions, I was like, oh, I remember studying this, and I remember knowing the answer, but just kept mind blanking. So like half answered a lot of the questions. So hopefully it's okay. But there was one question that was like a labeling kind of question, and I was like, oh, I skipped this because I was like, oh, surely it's not important. It's the one thing that they did included. I was like, oh, okay, I can't answer this at all, so I just left it. Luckily it wasn't worth that many marks, so it was okay. But I was like listening to like people after the test, and then a lot of people were like, oh, that labeling part, yeah, no, I didn't do it. And I was like, okay, it's not just me, thank God. And then there was like one person who was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was like super easy. We revised it like yesterday. And I was like, oh, don't talk, please. Don't talk. I don't want to listen to people like you. You're the reason why I want to leave right after the exam. Which way is the end? To the right as you leave the shop. Hoshi empties the cup of orange juice in one go before making an utterly terrified face. Damn, he one-shot the orange juice? It was a tall glass as well. Oh, this is no good. Shouldn't be this sour. Yumichi laughs. It's alright, the exam was only worth 10%, so it's really not that bad. The blank slowly rises out of the cup. She hears the blink opening behind her. It is the only two of them in the shop. The only sound is the faintly playing record. She can't even hear any voice coming from the neighbors. She can see the steam coming out of the coffee cup. When she's here, she finds herself staring at things she normally wouldn't even notice. Neighbor? No. Record. What's this song? Yomichi asks after seeing the record player swinging in a corner of the room. Who knows? I just found it here, Hoshi replies without a hint of interest. Song.
Hey, listen here, bucko. You need to drink your water.
Thank you for the care package, hydrate and stretch. Thank you.
Better do it now.
Honestly, like even without the hydrate redeems, I'm like drinking so much water. At this rate, do I still have more water? Oh, okay, I think I do. Surely. I've never been to the shop near this one. What is it? I wonder. I've never been there myself, Hoshi says while staring at the wall. It could be empty, or maybe just an apartment. Wall? Empty, just an apartment. How many points do you have? Honestly, yeah, there's like really like I need to think of something else to include for the... I wish you could gamble with the points, but there's only polls, and like polls is not actually gambling. Kind of sucks. Yes, there is. Donate to the poor. Unfortunately, you can't give channel points, which is kind of sad. There are people just living here. Oh yes, sometimes we need a break. I'm not open every day either. If they don't have a sign on the door, It probably isn't a shop. 66k. Quick update on the story, please. There hasn't been much update on the story. When did you? Because I was talking about bugs still and insects when you left, but it's just pretty much getting to know more about this ikemen over here and his like whole story. But to be honest, it was just really like his backstory. But he also travels between. Supposedly he travels between worlds as well, but I don't think he. Yeah, I don't know how it works, to be honest. But he's only been working at this so-called coffee shop slash bar for half a year. Same time when she first came to this bar. And then he used to do music, but he's a very carefree, freelance style kind of character. Yeah. And then I don't know if you were here, but they pay in tiers. So the currency in this world, in this particular world, is not money, it's tiers. So if you want to buy anything in this specific world, you have to pay with your tiers. Yeah. Very interesting concept. Tears as in like you're crying tears, like, yeah, like water tears. Like your sadness. Yeah. That's why I was like, when I first saw it, I was like, this is kind of sadistic. Why is the currency tears in this world? Of all things. But I'd like to think of it like they're trying to remove the sadness, your inner sadness, to like get happiness with whatever you buy, I guess. It's like how I'd like to think of it. And nothing bad. Was the sign also here to begin with? Oh no, I made that myself. Really? Wait, what did it look like again? Don't force yourself to remember. I'm not that proud of it. There's no more options, okay. You like beat them for cash like the old days? Old games. No, we don't do that here. We're civilized people over here. Did I click on this already? Oh yes I did. Apartment. Ah, door. I skipped that? Okay, apparently I skipped that. I'm missing a word. Should be steam. Where am I gonna get the word steam? But there should be door. I feel like that's what would happen in a world like that. We don't condone violence in this world, right? Just because you need to like cough up tears, you know, as voluntary. Oh, okay, steam was right there. Okay. Coffee. As the steam. How do they know if it's genuine tears versus like eye drops or something? They watch you. they literally give you like a small bowl, like an ashtray, and then you put it underneath your face, I guess you could say, or where you're sitting, under your face, and then your tears just drop down into that ashtray. So they literally watch you. Like, those are real genuine tears. And surely they can tell the difference between the two, right? I think in this world, they'll probably be like, oh, we can like feel the emotions, you know? Something like that. Yeah. As the steam slowly rises out of the cup, she hears the door opening behind her. The shop's door opens and 2 customers walk in. Seeing this, Hoshi gets back to working. All the other customers do just as Yomichi. They drink their coffee, they pay with their tears, and they don't really talk about themselves. She doesn't know whether they are travelers from this world like Hoshi or people who stumbled in here from another world. What she does know is that nobody here would care either way. She is sneaking a glance at the customers as they order their drinks in between chatting. Suddenly, her phone buzzes in her pocket. She's disappointed. She hasn't even finished her coffee yet. Ah, interesting. Her phone still works between the different worlds. She looks at the screen and sees a text from her parents. Is the economy like John Wick, where 1 coin is universal value for stuff, or do you need multiple tiers for like a drink? I'm assuming at least in this world, you probably need multiple tiers for a drink. But also it seems that coffee is the most common. Because the thing is, she mentioned that she called this place a coffee shop, but then the guy also serves other things. So I don't know if it's a bar. And she calls it a coffee shop because she's like a minor, I'm assuming. I don't know. But also, like, depending on which world you go to, or which world you're in, because in this story, there's different worlds. Different worlds have different currency. So previously, so the first story, this is the second story. I don't know how many stories there are in total at the moment, but in the first story, I don't know what the currency was, but I don't know if there's actually currency in every single world. The first one, she was on like a moon city, but she didn't need air, but she could still breathe. So I don't know if there was like a currency that she needed to be able to do that. I don't know, but yeah, I guess each world has its own like memo, kind of. Her parents know that she travels between worlds. What time are you coming home today? The usual short question. She turns off the screen with a sigh. When she looks up, she sees Hoshi pouring a fresh cup of coffee, and his hands are perfectly still. Actually, everything is perfectly still. Even the faces of other customers and the liquid dropping from the coffee siphon. It's like being inside a painting. The shop she felt so comfortable in now gives her that kind of anxiety you get when you're meeting with a complete stranger. Then everything starts moving again. Instants later, it all silently crumbles. It's like a sandcastle being destroyed, or like fog being blown away. Everything around her, as if it was made from something lighter than sand, but heavier than fog, gets blown away by a wind that goes to nowhere in particular. It all collapses, melts together, and disperses so thin that you can't see it anymore. When she tries to touch the still half-full cup of coffee in front of her, it disappears as if she had tried to grab a puff of smoke. Oh, is she already forced out of the world? Huh. She's sitting by herself on the bench in the park she was in before. A lone streetlight coldly shines down on her. Her pants are wet because of the bench. It's uncomfortable. Oh, interesting. This one didn't have a cutscene. I guess not all stories have cutscenes, huh? Interesting. Yomichi loves drinking coffee in the tunnel shop. She likes the eeriness of the tunnel. She likes how she'd end up crying even with Thank you for the hydrate, Jimmy. Thank you.
That's a promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
She likes how she'd end up crying even without any strong emotion, and she likes the way the bartender talks. She likes the moon world where Mother Bear lives just as much. How do you skip? What? You can't skip? It's not like I can't. Yomichi skips 3 times and overtakes Mother Bear. See? I can do it. It's just normal skipping. But that thing about being faster than light... Seeing other people skip is kind of funny. I don't know if you guys can see that, right? Can you guys see that? Am I in the way? Oh, no, wait. Okay, let me temporarily remove myself. That one line there. I cannot read it normally. My brain literally has brain rot and I'll read it as... yes, I'll read it normally. Sheesh. I have too much internet brain rot. Finger to elbow, yes. Finger to elbow. She. Oh my god. Actually, I think I have a redeem for it, I'm pretty sure, right? I do. Oh, why is my sound alert not working? It is. I ruined the story. The nice and calm, casual game has turned into a meme. What she likes the most is strolling through that empty landscape while making small talk. When she is doing that, she feels more at home than when she is in her actual living room or when she's talking with her classmates at school. She rarely speaks to Mother Bear about her life in the day world, but she feels like the kind of person that you could talk about anything with. Yes, you can talk about what you really want. Oh, sorry. Yes, she can talk about what she really wants with Mother Bear. Oh, the rating it's not great for me. I lose my voice too quickly. Skipping is like, well, do you ever watch videos on your phone? Yeah, of course. And you can skip ads and such, right? Yeah. It's the same thing. You instantly move forward in time by skipping. Wait, that's also skipping, but is that what you meant? It is. Mother Bear laughs so hard that she squints. She looks like she's having so much fun that Yomichi can't help but laugh as well. She knows that Mother Bear makes no sense most of the time. Maybe she's doing it on purpose. Maybe it's a rule of this world, just like the weird rules in the tunnel world. And Yomichi, as a newcomer, doesn't get it. Yet. What even is this world? Why is she here? Yomichi has no clue. Walking around in here makes her feel at ease, but with a faint melancholy aftertaste. These worlds she stumbles into disappear at the drop of a hat. All it takes is her phone ringing, or even just thinking too hard about the day world, and it all goes away like fog in the wind. Interesting. So if anything triggers like realization, she snaps out of like any of these worlds. Interesting. She can come back eventually, but she really has no say in the matter. Maybe tomorrow when the sun sets, she won't actually get transported anywhere. Lately, she wonders whether it's okay for her to be in these places at all. Thinking that the fun she has chatting with Mother Bear could suddenly end forever, as sad as it is scary. Moreover, the thought that she only feels at home in these weird, ethereal... Oh my god, what is that word? ephemeral places is just scary. Would she be fine if she lost the ability to visit them? Probably not. These worlds are already something that she cannot live without. There's another thought that she tries to shove away from her mind. Maybe she is the one who created these worlds. Children take in the stories of books and TV shows and start creating things in their imagination. Worlds where they are rescued by charming princes, or where they live a laid-back rural life in the forest. Could it be that she walked into a figment of her imagination? That would mean that no part of what she sees now is real. She would just be creating pleasant delusions to escape reality. Maybe one day, she'll have to forget about these worlds. Maybe she'll find somewhere in the day world where she feels at home and can live a normal life just like everyone else. But that day could very well be today. Still, she can't say goodbye to Mother Bear. She keeps half listening to her weird, possibly fake tales with a smile on her face. Oh, they're actually really short stories. Oh, I didn't expect it to be such short stories. Oh, Yomichi, welcome. New place, new person, new character. When she walks into the small chimney-crowned hut, Yomichi is greeted by a lady who was busy making soup. The lady covers the soup pot with a lid and opens the cabinet nearby. The shelves are full of all kinds of things, seemingly in layers, with the ones at the top bottom looking as old as the shelves themselves, and getting more and more newer looking the closer to the top they get. The lady gets a small box from near the top of the cabinet and places it on the table in the center of the hut. There are a fireplace, a cabinet, and a table. There is also a small bed and a window that you can see the sky through. And that is all the furnishing in this tiny brick hut. Yomichi looks at the box. It's a small wooden box with a glass cover, and inside of it there is a single butterfly with beautiful green wings. The butterfly does not move, it's a replica. Yomichi takes the box in her hands and gazes at how the light reflects off the butterfly's wings. Once satisfied, she puts it back on the table and sits on one of the two chairs there. Want to eat something nice since... Sorry. Brain is slowly not reading properly again. Want to eat something since you're here? Says the lady after going back to the pot. Thanks. Just a bit though, she replies. The lady with a childish laugh takes 2 shallow bowls out of the cabinet. Childish. The word Childish. The word feels somehow rude. With her shoulder-length wavy hair and her simple dress, the lady looks just as young as Yomichi. But her calm and subtly refined demeanor makes Yomichi think that she is in fact a lady, quite a few years older than her. Can I ask you? Oh, her name's Ito. Can I ask you something, Ito? Of course, she replies softly. Her hair hides her face, but Yomichi can guess that she is smiling. Everyone, including Yomichi, calls this lady Ito. But as this turns out, this is not her real name. Never mind. She doesn't even have a real name. She doesn't need one. That is what she told Yomichi when the two first met. Why would someone living alone in a small hut need a name for? It's not like there's anyone calling for her, except of course for occasional guests like Yomichi, who resort to calling her Ito. Yomichi has to wonder what it feels like living without anyone ever calling your name. That's kind of sad. Sounds very lonely. Why do you have chairs and dishes in pairs even though you live alone? Ito hands a bowl of soup to Yomichi, and then sits down on the other side of the table. The soup glistens as if it were liquid gold. Because I guess sometimes, like you now. She laughs once again. The extent of her elegant and refined demeanor ended when she opened her mouth. Somehow, to Yomichi, the way she spoke felt like the purest, most unadulterated way to speak. It had the purity of someone who naturally picked up on words by living alone in a hut. Oh, but to come to think of it, it's because I used to live with my mom here. You have a mom? Of course. I didn't grow in a cabbage field. No, yeah. I mean, so what about your dad? Ito shakes her head. That I don't have. Did he pass away? No.
Hey, listen here, buddy.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you.
Nico kneecaps. That's a promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
We can get more lore for Ara now. He grew up in a cabbage field. He was born from a cabbage field. No, I just never had one. It's just mothers who give birth to us. It's just mothers who give birth to us. Okay. Took me a while to register what that meant. By themselves. Naturally, I know it sounds weird, but that's how it is. Wow. Yomichi assumes that this is just another way in which this world's rules are different from her own. She knows that there are all kinds of worlds, and Ito is probably the only inhabitant of this one. All the guests that come to visit her do so from other worlds. This is actually how Yomichi first learned that there are other people able to travel between worlds. Not that she's ever run into one. Yomichi brings a spoonful of soup to her mouth. The gold liquid tastes as precious as it looks. The large pieces of carrot and potato are cooked to perfection and melt in her mouth. Are all of these veggies from your field back there? Oh yes, I grew all of them. That's impressive. I only grow what I need to eat. I also use some ingredients that people brought me from the bouillon. Oh, bouillon? Oh my god, there's a few words here that I've never seen before. I only have sheep around here. People as in guests? Yes, sometimes they bring me stuff, like that butterfly. Ito points at the wooden box with her gaze. This isn't the first time someone had given me Yomichi. This isn't the first time someone had given Yomichi a replica like this. Can I ask about that? Go ahead, as long as they're questions I know the answer to. Who brought you this, and why? Did they ask you to give it to me? Did I pronounce it right the first time? How do you pronounce it? Willon? Willie? Willon? That's how it's spelled, so... How do you pronounce it? Pronunciation. Oh, okay, that's different to what I expected. Apparently it's a buyo?
Buyo.
Interesting. English, we love English. That the way you pronounce it is not indicative of how it's spelled at all. Okay, sure. As for who, I can't quite remember. It wasn't even that far back, but I just forgot. Her usual smile makes it difficult to tell whether she's avoiding the question or if she genuinely doesn't know. And I was told to give this, yes, but probably not to you specifically. If I recall correctly, I was told to give this to the next person to visit me. After swallowing the soup, Yomichi goes back to staring at the butterfly's wings. Sometimes people from other worlds give her insect replicas. Nobody ever told her the reason behind it or why they are insect replicas specifically. All they'd tell her is to bring them back with her. They aren't even gifts per se. She is just keeping them for someone else, apparently. I think the word was originally French, to be honest. Uh-huh, I see. Just loan words. She had no clue where these replicas came from and where they were supposed to go, but she still went ahead and took them. Maybe this is yet another weird rule from another world. Still, it's a very small price to pay for this good of a soup. Looking at the blink reflection in the soup, Yomichi takes the blink in her hand. The sunlight coming in through the window. Yes. The glass panes on the window are perfectly clean, but the scene behind them looks distorted. Glass is a liquid. It just kind of distorts over time, Ito explains. For real? Who knows, but I heard someone say that it was. And the flames roaring in the fireplace. A crackling sound comes from the fireplace. Its wavering light dances on the ceiling. Do you cut the firewood yourself? Rarely. Some guests just bring it to me and it's usually already the right size. Oh, so it's enough from here. Of course, there are no trees here. That looks like a tree. It's very green outside unless it's bushes. Kinda sus. If you got trees in the field behind your house, could you do without people bringing wood to you? I wonder. I feel that even if I planted trees there, they wouldn't grow. There have never been trees there after all. Yomichi wonders if the wooden spoon in Ito's hand was also brought here from another world. Enshroud the hut in a gentle light. The corners of the hut are always left in the shadow. But here, even that feels cozy. The furniture is only comprised of the bare minimum: a table, a cabinet, a fireplace. Oh, okay, so the same word triggers the same dialogue. I see. Even though she looks like she has a lot of free time. What do you do in your free time? I spin the wool from the sheep to make thread and such. That doesn't really sound like free time, doesn't it? Ito never looks bored. Looking at the field reflected in the soup. The ceiling reflected into the soup. Yomichi takes the spoon in her hand. Yes. Looking at the ceiling reflected into the soup, Yomichi takes the spoon in her hand. Followed by Ito's warm gaze, Yomichi takes another spoonful of soup. Ito. Yeah? You know that there are other worlds other than this, right? Obviously, yes. I'm the only person living in this one, she replies. The words themselves were blunt, but her voice was gentle and her smile kind. You also come from another world, don't you? Yomichi nods slightly. Don't you ever want to go somewhere else? Oh, sorry. Don't you ever want to go somewhere? See other worlds? Not really, she immediately replies. Why not? Well, why would I? Why do you think I'd want to do that? Because in other places, there are other things. Oh, I bet there are, but I don't really feel like I want to go and see them. Yomichi worries she might have to unintentionally be rude. Yomichi worries that she might have unintentionally been rude to her, but the gentleness in Ito's voice just makes her too comfortable. What if those other things were better than what you have here? Yomichi asked her a question without much confidence. After all, she's not sure she's ever seen any place better than this one. There probably isn't one. She wishes there were, and hopes that she'll be able to find it in one of the many worlds that she hasn't been to yet. Sometimes people will ask me that, Ito replies with a gentle, somewhat aloof voice. But I just can't imagine a place more wonderful than this. What does that even mean? A larger place? A place with more stuff in it? No matter what I imagine, what I have here seems better. I like how cozy it is, and I have all I need. Of course, maybe I just say this because I don't know what is actually outside. Yomichi doesn't know how to reply to that. One time, I said the very same thing to someone. They replied that they feel for me. Poor little thing, they said. I don't get it. I'm not sure why anyone would feel for me. Do you think I'm wrong, Yomichi? Me? Well... Oh, I'm not being sarcastic. I genuinely want to know. Should I really try to go somewhere? Would I find something better than what I have now? And mind you, I really can't imagine what better even means. She smiles at Yomichi, who can see her own reflection in Ito's eyes. They are bright and clear. Staring into them almost makes Yomichi feel inadequate. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yomichi looks down and finishes the soup. Ito, looking content, puts an elbow on the table and rests her chin on her hand. Her whole world is this hut, the field behind it, and the small garden all around. It is complete in itself. She doesn't know about anything else and doesn't wish for anything else. If she traveled and found new, wonderful things that she could start wishing for, would that make her happier? Yomichi thinks to herself while staring into the empty bowl. Ito is staring out of her one little window. I wonder if I should be more ambitious. You're telling me those aren't trees? There's no way that's not trees. Outside the window, the peaceful panorama seems to go on and on forever. Unless she lives like on a set, like a prop set, and it's just like a wallpaper of like fake trees. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not. It's just fields. After parting with Ito and leaving the hut, Yomichi stands outside, unsure of what to do. She's in the middle of a lush green, another word I don't know, priory? Ito's small brick hut is like an island in an ocean of grass, except for the small field behind the hut and the tiny stream flowing beside it. There's nothing but grass. No towns, no mountains, just grass. The breeze feels nice and the sky looks as wide as it ever could be, but the prairie and stream don't actually go on forever. This is what has left Yomichi so confused. Not too far away from the hut, both just stop abruptly. This actually was an island in the sky. A small patch of ground with an even smaller hut. This small patch of ground with an even smaller hut in the middle of it is the extent of Ito's world. Yomichi can't go back. There is no back to go to. She walks away from the hut and lies down on the grass. To say the truth, Yumichi knows how to go back. She could just text the classmate on her phone or think about the homework she has to turn in tomorrow. That would send her straight back to her own world. But she wants to stay here for a little longer. She wants a little more of that sunlight coming in through the sparse clouds of the fresh smell of the grass, of that not quite wind, not quite breeze. She loves this world. The sunlight has never felt so pleasant in the day world. She has never laid down on the grass here. On the grass there. She loves the moon, the tunnel, the island in the sky, way more than the day world. Hyper? She isn't that uncomfortable in the day. She isn't that uncomfortable in the day world. She has kind friends and teachers at school. Her parents, as far as she can tell, are always putting her first. The way they're always asking when she's coming home is a bit annoying, but she understands that they do it because they love her. It's an average, happy environment to live in. But nowhere in that world can she find a place as comfortable as this deserted prairie, nor can she find anyone who she can talk to as freely as she can with Mother Bear. To her, this very fact feels wrong. She's scared that one day she will wake up from this dream and will have to go on living, bound to just one world. That is, the world she was born in. She has no choice but to live in that one. I shouldn't be wasting time like this, she tries to persuade herself. She feels the world around her growing distant. She feels like she doesn't belong. She feels sad about lying down there. She tries to shake up those feelings, but she can't. Suddenly, everything crumbles into dust and fog. The whole world turns into sand and disappears. But she feels that she is the one crumbling. After all, the only thing that's disappearing is what her, Yumichi, sees. After everything has completely disappeared, she finds herself staring at the shining stars in the sky. She's laying down on the rooftop of her apartment. The pleasant smell and soft texture of the grass are nowhere to be found. The hard concrete floor hurts her back. The only thing remaining of that world is the butterfly replica in her hand. Oh, this was considered chapter 1. Now, what is the playtime in this game? Moonless moon playtime. Oh, apparently it's 2 to 10 hours. Oh, I don't know how many chapters. Oh, okay. I'm looking at the reviews. It says that someone said that it should take about 2 to 4 hours for an average person. But I guess it depends how fast you read and everything. Yeah. The next day, when Yoichi wakes up in her room, she can no longer find the butterfly replica. The empty box is still on her desk, where she put it last night. The lid is still closed and intact, but the butterfly somehow isn't there. It's as if, during the night, it came alive and magically escaped through the glass. This happens every time she brings back an insect replica from another world. The insect just disappears while she's not looking. She once tried to apologize for this to the person who'd given it to her, but she was met with laughter, so that was probably intended. Still, she can't understand what this is all about or where the butterfly has caught off to. Actually, let me Google. How many chapters in this book? This game is too new. There is literally no one says anything about the details of the playtime or anything. Yeah. It was like released not that long ago. When was it released? It was released on the 8th of August, yeah. I was waiting for it to go on sale, and then it went on 15% off, and I was like, oh, might as well buy it. I'm very sad that the OSTs aren't available on YouTube or Spotify yet, at least. So I'm like, it's kind of sad. Low-key, I'm like, oh, I kind of want to buy the vgen bundle, but I don't know. I'd just be listening to it on my phone. Oh, it's like on my PC though, to be honest. She puts the empty box away into a drawer. She has a few of them already in there. She could throw them away, seeing how the important part is a replica inside, but she stores and treasures them. Oh yeah, you know what? It's probably locked, so you buy it. Probably. Would make sense. But then I think if eventually when the game gets old enough, it'll be released on YouTube, I'm sure. Oop, ads. After all, that is the only thing she can bring back from the world she visits. Now, they are proof of a connection to those places. One day, there'll be a momentum. There's no school today, so Yumichi wears the shirt that she just got yesterday and goes out. She's riding the train to her usual station, a large station full of people. It isn't even the largest station in the area, and it's a bit far from both her house and her school. She has no reason to go there. She has no real reason. Did I say that? No real reason to go there. The people going around town all have reasons, all have goals. Getting to work, shopping, having a secret meeting with someone. Oh, they cheated. They're cheating. Oh, they're cheating. If she happens to sit next to one of them, that's nothing but a coincidence. She doesn't talk to them, she doesn't look them in the eye, and she overall pretends that they don't exist. This is nothing like students bullying a classmate by pretending he doesn't exist. When you're crossing the street and someone is approaching from the opposite direction, you step aside in order to avoid them, so as not to hurt each other. That is what it is. She avoided everyone's gaze like an animal trying to convey that it isn't trying to threaten anybody. If anything, that is a way of connecting with people in itself. Kindness in avoidance even. At the same time, no matter how many people she has around her, she always feels alone. Every single individual sharing this space with her is actually living in her own little world, in their own little world. She gets out of the station and into a smaller street, where the buildings cut out some of the sunlight and most of the noise. Around her are fancy cafes, deserted thrift shops, stores dealing in unguessable goods, and multi-store buildings. She's never come here before. Despite all the walking she has done around this city, there are still dozens of streets which are completely new to her. She keeps walking under the building's shade while peeking into the windows of many intriguing stores. She has someone walk around she sees someone, oh my god, reading. She sees someone walk around the corner. She could only catch a small glimpse. Why am I reading this? Oh my god. Why am I reading so many things wrong? She could only catch a single glimpse of this person. That glimpse was enough to surprise her. That person looked like Mother Bear. Oh? Yomichi stops walking. She's feeling something familiar, like when a world crumbles into dust before her eyes. She feels as if she's floating in midair. The world around her suddenly stops feeling real. But the day world doesn't crumble and disappear. The colors that seem to fade come back as soon as she blinks. She considers running after that person, but she doesn't. Mother Bear could never be in this world. It must be someone else who just happens to look like her. Maybe this person doesn't even look like Mother Bear all that much, but Yomichi felt she does because of how much she wants to see her. She sighs and drops her gaze to the floor. She feels her throat clenching. This feeling of pathetic sadness brings her on the verge of tears. She needs that world, so much so that she hallucinates its inhabitants even in broad daylight. Walking on that street seems to flip everything on its head. The real world now seems like an illusion, a dream, a distant mirage. I'm not fine, she thinks to herself. She is addicted to Mother Bear and all those other worlds. Those dreamlike worlds are starting to take over her reality. With no little effort, she keeps herself from just dropping on the floor. After a while, she starts walking again. As she passes by it, she gives a quick glance to the alley that Mother Bear lookalike walked in earlier. It was a dark, damp alley with nobody in it. I wonder why I'm here. Yomichi asks to nobody in particular. She often finds herself asking that question whenever she is walking through the vast expanse of the moon desert. Nothing but sand all the way to the horizon. The stars in the dark canopy above have nothing to lit. Have nothing to light. It feels like being the only person in the whole universe. But if Yomichi is on the moon, that means that there's a certain somebody nearby too. Going through your philosophical phase, Mother Bear asked nonchalantly. Maybe I am. Whenever she comes here, Yomichi always runs into Mother Bear. She isn't trying to after all. She still doesn't know how to get to that faraway city, and they aren't arranging it beforehand. But every single time, it just happens. Seeing her face is what makes this moon world feel complete. That's sweet. It's a difficult age to be at. Did you go through that phase too? Oh, I sure did. I've been sighing my heart out, even in deep dark nights like this one. Now as an adult, Yomichi says, unsure whether the dark sky above her is indeed a nightly one. Do you ever think that was silly of you? Sometimes. I think back to it and start laughing, Mother Bear replies while walking with long wide steps. But, that's fine. This phase where you sigh night after night, it's not as long as you think. So, who cares? Enjoy being a budding lady. Budding lady? Wait, Not sure enjoy is the right word. Spoken like a budding lady indeed. Oh, shut up. Yomichi is shocked by how she can be so openly blunt. She and Marabe don't even know each other that much, nor do they have any idea of what the other does, except for these long walks together. I don't have any idea what you're agonizing over so much. Marabe keeps looking straight in front of her. It's not like we're here laughing our hearts out because we've solved all of our problems. Sometimes you're too busy. Sometimes you just can't do enough, but still, here we are. So, I'm not trying to preach, mind you, she continues, but hey, things be what they is. English? Eh? Things be what they are, you know? Yomichi does not in fact know. Have you actually been worried about anything lately, she asks. That sure is blunt. Sorry. Nah, I like your youthful honesty. Worries, huh? I'm up to my neck in those. Marabe raises a hand as if to start counting, but it takes her a good while before raising a single finger. For example, see, my favorite coffee shop just changed to some new beans. That's underwhelming. Yomichi wonders if the coffee shops on the moon are anything like the ones she knows. All she has seen here is desert. This is desert. By the way, why do you come out here in this desert? What? Here? Just to walk. So far away? Well, yeah. Marabe sees Yomichi's eyebrow raising and starts laughing. Oh, I get it. It's nothing weird, really. It's like going for a drive or going to see the city by night. Same thing. Same thing? This desert? Girls who treasure their alone time love it. Oh. This explanation isn't very convincing, but if Marabe says it's popular with moon people, I love how she refers to them as moon people, Yomichi has no choice but to believe her. Even at school, the games and books popular with the boys made no sense to Yomichi. She tells herself that this is more or less the same thing. The two keep walking together, with just enough distance between themselves that they couldn't touch each other's outstretched hand, but barely. She looks at Marabe's blank. Yomichi remembers how the blank looked. Far away past the desert, there is a city. Yomichi can see its lights, but she cannot hear a single noise coming from it. How many people are there in that city? Are the people in the city normal humans like us? I guess they are. I'm not sure what you mean by normal, but they're just like the two of us. Like, they're not immortal or anything. Oh, no, I wish I'd like being immortal. I'm not sure I'd like being immortal. Why not? I mean, what would I even do with all that time? Be free, fly around, like butterflies. I wish I had some of what you have, madam. What's that supposed to mean? How many people are there in that city, huh? I'm not sure, I never counted. So there are so few. Oh my god, these typos really just make my brain like double think. So there are so few that you could just count them? Nah, that would be impossible. Look, can't you tell how big of a city it is? I click city, right? Yumichi can see its lights, but she cannot hear a single noise coming from it. Is the city as silent as here? Oh, not at all. It's so noisy. Noisy enough that I come all the way here to take my walks. Is it because there are so many people in there? Well, it's mostly construction sounds. Yumichi remembers that there's a construction going on in the alley behind her house as well. Yeah, not soothing at all. Right? I wonder whose idea it was to have pipes and cables running through the whole city. It made the whole space so noisy. I'm not sure we're on the same page here. It could be because it's so far away. It's difficult to believe that Mother Bear actually lives there. As she looks at Mother Bear's walks, Yumichi remembers how the butterflies look. No. Desert looked? How the desert looked? Oh, there's more keywords. I've skipped some. Far away past the desert, there is a city. How many people are in that city? Are the people in the city normal humans like us? I guess they are. I'm not sure what you mean by normal, but they're just like the two of us. Like they're not immortal or anything, or no airship to be immortal. Not sure I like being immortal. Why not? I mean, what would I even do with all that time? Be free, fly around like butterflies. I wish I had some of what you have, but okay, like here. Here. Ah, lives, okay. You live in that city, right? What's your job? What? That's a secret. You can't tell me? I mean, it's more that it would be hard to explain. It's probably a job you don't know. Hearing this Mother Bear's back suddenly feels like it's gotten far away out of reach. As she looks at Mother Bear's back, Yamishi remembers how the alley looked. Yes, that makes sense. She's snapping back into the real world then. Nope, not yet. Mother Bear's back reminds Yomichi of the person she saw earlier in the day world. That can't be her. Mother Bear lives on the moon and knows nothing about the day world. She could never be in that city. But Butterfly Replica did make it all the way into her world. Maybe, just maybe, she could bring Mother Bear back with her as well. Yomichi closes the distance between the two and grabs Mother Bear by the hand. She explains that she wants to try something, and Marabe immediately agrees. So, what should I do? Her eagerness is as unexpected as it is comforting. Even if she's actually made it to another world to her, that would probably only count as a fun little trip. Instead of explaining to Marabe what she is trying to do, she starts thinking of how to actually do it. If anything, she is the one who would like an explanation. Assuming Marabe would come with her, what then? Yumichi asks herself this question before replying to Marabe, but she still doesn't know. What then? Probably nothing. If she walked around the day world with Marabe, it would probably all start feeling like a dream, just like these worlds feel during her normal day-to-day life. Nevertheless, she wants to try. I'm not sure what I'm trying to do myself. She lets slip it as she tries to answer Marabe. Marabe breaks in genuine heartfelt laughter. Of course you don't. You're a budding lady after all. These words make Yumichi realize that she's not the only one to have ever suffered this indescribable feeling. That is enough to make the weight feel lighter. I guess you're right. Grateful for Marabe, Yumichi decides that she'll try anything she can come up with. Maybe that will help her understand her own feelings better. And it's not like there's anything better to do in this huge desert. But deep down, she knows that there's another reason why she's trying. She wants an excuse to give up and let go. That's so sad. No, don't give up. Oh, different world or her day world? For the next few days after that, Yumichi tried everything she could think of. She tried doing all kinds of things in that short time between the moon world starting to crumble away and it disappearing completely. Holding Marabe's hand, holding onto one of the empty insect replica boxes together, even calling a friend from the day world and giving the phone to Marabe. Day after day, she tried everything, from things that sounded plausible to the silliest ones. But Marabe just couldn't come back with her. When the moon world disappeared, Yumichi was always alone. Seeing herself on an empty street without Marabe by her side always filled Yumichi with too much sadness for her to deal with. It felt like a happy, pleasant dream abruptly ending and shoving her back into reality. And she had to experience this over and over. Now, Yumichi is all out of ideas for new things to try. She finds Marabe laying down in the desert. Her long hair is full of sand. Normally that would have you worried, but Yumichi just sits down next to her. I guess the end of this story is just going to be her accepting everything and her reality and the life in the real world and maturing. Yeah. Where she lets go of all these like imaginary worlds she's made up. It's kind of sad, to be honest, but I guess in a sense it's hopefully she matures and grows up to accept herself, I guess. She can see the city's blinking lights far away in the distance. Are there other cities on the moon, other than this one, she asks? Nope, that's the only one. Is it big? Yeah, well maybe not. I don't know how big the city you live in is. I'm not sure how it'd compare. In my world, it's just city after city. Then there's no desert? I guess there is, somewhere. Well, people haven't been living here for that long. The city will get bigger eventually. Maybe there'll be no desert left after a while. Really? Weren't you born here then? I was, but my grandma wasn't. Did she come here with like a rocket ship from another planet? I'm not sure. People probably came here from all sorts of places because they thought it was nice. And when enough people came, they founded a city. I wasn't there though, so I'm hazy on the details. Huh? Oh, it was more like a huh. More than a question. Yamichi also lies down. The sound is soft enough to be surprisingly painless. It does kind of get into her clothes, but she has other things on her mind right now. They must have really liked this place to move all the way here. I wonder why. I mean, it's just a bunch of sand. Maybe they liked how quiet it is. Apart from their own, there was no voice to be heard. There wasn't even the sound of the wind blowing. I take it you don't like it here? I do. I love quiet places. That explains why you come so often. It's not like I come because I want to. I can't choose where I go. Yeah, that makes sense, Mother Bear says before closing her eyes. But I bet you get to come here because you like it. I wonder. That sounds reasonable. Some of the worlds she's visited before felt uncomfortable, but she's never stumbled upon those twice. Yomichi closes her eyes as well. There isn't much of a difference between the endless black sky and the back of her eyelids. And then silent tears start falling out of those very eyes. She loves this world. Being here feels nice. She wishes she could stay here forever, but it isn't her world. She has to go back and live in the day world. She knows it's true, and on some level she also knows it's the right thing for her. She can faintly hear the sound of Mother Bear breathing. She decides that this time will be the last time. No! Oh, I would have cried. She came here tonight to say goodbye. But there's no need to say goodbye in this quiet world. She could just disappear and never see Mother Bear again. Eventually, she could forget her. She could forget this world. She could forget all those other worlds she's seen. And then she'd be able to grow up. So it was, maturing. Even if she ended up recalling them every once in a while, they'd just be distant memories of a childhood dream. Slightly embarrassing, slightly pleasant. She waits without a word. It's even quieter than she expected. It's not as painful or as sad as she prepared herself for. A single tear, that is all. The silence of the moon's surface and Mother Bear's breathing give way to the city's chaotic noise. People talking, cars running, ads shouting, everything gets fused together so much that she can't make out any individual sound. It was a huge jump from that silence to this noise. But she likes it as well. It makes her feel like she's back home after a long journey. She opens her eyes and she's in the middle of the city, under the night sky. Oh, another cutscene. Oh, the mother bear looking figure. I think afterwards I want to find all of the singers who participated in this game. Also the artist as well, potentially. But sometimes it's like you can't find an individual person, they're like working for a company. Which is kind of sad. Oh, that was the end of chapter 2. I see. She looks at the night sky through her window. It is silent and empty, but in a different way than the desert on the moon. Yomichi has spent the last few evenings in silent boredom. As long as she stays by herself, locked up in her room, she won't be transported to any other world. She doesn't know why, but she learned this through experience. She's so bored that she started going to bed earlier. She even goes out to play with her classmates after school more often now. Walking around town or going to karaoke with them is fun in its own right. Whenever she keeps herself connected to the day world, spending time with her classmates, running errands for her parents, and so on, she cannot go to the other worlds. She also learned this through experience. Her time spent in the day world has grown. Her nights are now for sleeping. Today too, she's gone to bed early. It's only been a few days since she decided she would not leave this world anymore, but her memories of the other worlds are starting to become fainter. She can't remember how it felt to cry while drinking coffee in the tunnel. That memory keeps getting farther and farther away, like a dream after one wakes up. It feels sad, it feels lonely, but it beats growing melancholy every single night. Surely one day, her memories of this will be gone, taking this sadness with them. She's fine with this. Before falling asleep, she looks at the sky once more through the window, with its curtains still pulled back. In this world, there is no moon. Oh, interesting. Unless the moon is a metaphor for something. It's evening. A few more days have passed since then. After going out to play with her classmates after school, Yumichi is going back home right after the sun is setting. She started going toward a newly opened shop that she was interested in before realizing that it was farther away than she thought and going back. She's exhausted from all the walking. When she gets close enough to her home that she can see the lights coming out of its windows, she sees a girl who looks to be around the same age as her. It's too dark to see her face clearly. Yumichi walks past her, but the girl quickly stops and turns back. Yumichi? Oh. Is it Madobe? No way. Yumichi too stops and turns back to face the girl. Oh, never mind. Huh? Asahi? Now that it's being lit by a streetlight, Yumichi recognizes the face. Or rather, she recognizes the face's owner. The face itself is much more grown up than she remembers and stunningly beautiful. The girl in question is Yumichi's childhood friend, a year younger than her. She used to live nearby, and the two of them met on a daily basis. At the time, she was Yumichi's best friend. However, she had to move away because of her parents' jobs. The two girls were too young to have phones of their own back then, so they lost all contact. Her memory in that regard is a bit fuzzy, but somehow she remembers that this parting was not particularly sad. She was probably too young to understand that maybe the two of them would never meet again, and by the time she was old enough to understand it, she was already used to life without Asahi. The two sit together on a bench in a park nearby, and Yumichi explains her emotions, or lack thereof at the time. In response, Asahi laughs. Seriously? I was pretty sad, you know. Well, everything around you changed at once. That's true. You really did. I was so nervous moving into this new place that I knew nothing about. New school and all. So you weren't sad about not being able to see me anymore, huh? I'm sure that was part of it though. Pretty sure. Yumichi laughs sarcastically. That probably only lasted until you made new friends, right? Can't deny that. Talking with her fills Yumichi with nostalgia. The more clearly the memories of that time resurface, the more Yumichi realizes how much she, herself, has changed since then. Even if it's only been a few years, she feels like a completely different person. And the same applies to the old friend she's looking at right now. She's not the Asahi she used to know. Oh my god. Honestly, the cars around my area, their engines are so loud. Even though I have my headphones on and like the music's like decently loud, I can still hear their engines. Why are you back here, by the way? Are you moving back? No, I just had some business around here and I thought I'd check things out. Oh, I see. Yumichi realizes how relieved she is at hearing that. This place hasn't changed much. It's still how I remember it. Is it? I guess it is. She always says it. You have definitely changed though, but she manages not to. She also doesn't know what exactly has changed in Asahi. She looks a bit more grown up. Her high energy voice has gotten calmer, but that's not all. Now, Yomichi doesn't know she's supposed to talk to her. Yomichi doesn't know how she's supposed to talk to her anymore. To hide the fact that she feels in the silence as best as she can. How's the place you live in now? Oh, not so bad. It's a bigger city than this. Oh. Yomichi only says that and even forgets to close her mouth. She's forgotten what she meant to say next. After all this time apart, surely they must have a lot of things to talk about, but not a single one comes to mind. Asahi pulls her phone out and starts typing away on it. She doesn't seem to mind the silence as much as Yomichi does. Yomichi feels like she's talking to someone from another world. Maybe in a sense, she is from another world. Yomichi doesn't know much about the place Asahi lives in now, but it's bound to be different from here. Different people, different trends, different news, different music, different shops. Even the way people speak could be a bit different. In reality, it can't be that different. Yomichi knows this, but the gap between them feels so wide that this is the only way she could explain it. And yet, how could she have such an easy time talking to Marabe, who literally came from another world? She never felt so uncomfortable having a conversation with her. Whatever nonsense Marabe suddenly threw at her, she could reply on the spot, even though their worlds are just that far apart. That far away. Yomichi still struggles to find the next topic. After a short while, Asahi says that it's time for her to go back. Neither of them mentions the possibility of exchanging numbers. Really? That's crazy. Maybe it's just not meant to be. Yomichi remains on the bench thinking by herself. She starts wondering, if she spoke of this to Marabe, what would she say? Yomichi is glad that this world has no moon. If she was actually forced to see it hanging in the sky each night, she wouldn't have been able to stay indoors. Ever since meeting Asahi, she keeps wondering the same things. Why did speaking with Mother-Base come so easy to her? And what exactly is that world? Where is it? She believes that if the world is indeed somewhere, that somewhere is inside of her. It's a creation of her own mind. In other words, a dream. That wouldn't explain how she could bring back the boxes with the insect replicas inside. But that isn't so important. Maybe she was sleepwalking and had actually bought them herself without realizing it. That's definitely a reach. The possibility that this is all there is to it instantly fills her with dread. She cannot come to terms with the desire to talk to Mother Bear again. If it all had just been a delusion, then she'd be longing to speak with herself. It would be hilariously sad. On the other hand, that would explain what she felt when talking with Asahi. If Mother Bear was just a figment of her imagination, it made sense that Yomichi felt at ease talking to her, since in practice, she was having a whole conversation just by herself. Yomichi lies down in her room and looks at the moonless sky outside. She never dreams of Mother Bear. One afternoon, on a day off from school, Yomichi gets a delivery. It's a small package without the sender's name. It's addressed to her, but she has no idea what it could be. There's a lot of typos in the translation. Kind of sucks. But can make do. Since her family isn't home, weird as it is, she has no choice but to accept the delivery herself. She then goes back to her room. Yes, it's originally Japanese, yeah. Sitting on her bed, she opens the package. Honestly, I feel like there's so many good Japanese like visual novels that aren't translated to English. But it is what it is. Maybe one day I learn Jap, you know. It's a box with an insect replica inside. The insect is a butterfly with white wings. It's exactly the same as the boxes she has received many times during her travels in other worlds. A small wooden box with a glass lid. She's surprised and confused. When she looks at the back of the box, she becomes even more surprised. There's another recipient's address written on there. They're telling her to go to... Oh, no. Wow, that's interesting. Every time I think it's one thing, it's the other. I thought it was going to be like, oh, you should take this to Asahi and then you guys should become, you know, friends. It reads Moon City, Madobe. Her head starts spinning so fast that she has to lie down. It must be a dream, no doubt. She wanted to see Madobe so badly that she started dreaming of her. After all, her delusions were so strong that she used to end up in different worlds each night. A simple dream isn't much by comparison. She's sure of it. Disappointed in herself, she just sleeps. When she wakes up, the box is still there. The butterfly too is still inside of it. Yomichi entertains an idea. Maybe the butterfly is waiting for the box to be delivered to its actual destination before flying out. For a while after that, everything felt like a dream, whether she was asleep or awake. When she wakes up, it definitely looks like a normal morning, but then seeing the wooden box on her desk, it goes back to, thank you for the hydrate, thank you. You're welcome, Neko. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna lubricate this room. Thank you for the stretches one. Thank you, thank you. When she wakes up, it definitely looks like a normal morning, but then seeing the wooden box on her desk, it goes back to feeling like a dream. Even at school, even when she's chatting with her classmates, she's always thinking of the moon world. It would be as easy as hiding or throwing away the insect replica box, but she can't. I wonder what walking on the moon feels like. Ending up saying that to a classmate was the tipping point. She knew she had to face the box once and for all. It's been a week now from when she received it. This is a box that was delivered to her here, in the day world, but for some inexplicable reason, it has Madobe's name on it. Is Madobe's world more than just a delusion? Is it actually real? If so, whoever sent her the box must be able to travel through worlds, right? However, the delivery didn't have the sender's name on it. There was no label, number to look up information with either. Furthermore, when she tried looking up the delivery service that brought it to her, it didn't even show up on the internet. She decided that if she ever got another package from them, she would ask directly. But will there ever be another package? Despite her newfound resolve to face the box, it's still all shrouded in mystery. Asking a classmate or an adult about other worlds could work, but she definitely doesn't want to do that. They'll probably roll their roll her eyes. They'd probably roll their eyes at her, and she also feels that speaking to anyone about this world would somehow spoil it, even if she has decided not to go there anymore. Her memories of those worlds are still dear to her. She doesn't want those memories to be made fun of or dismissed as impossible. That day, the friends she usually hanged out with, the friends she usually hanged out with all just so happened to be busy and went home early. She wanted to go home too, but she felt that staying in her room for too long would drive her insane. There's still time before sunset. Yamichi rides on the train. It's been a while since she's last been to this part of town. As she flows with the crowd out of the station, her mind at first is blank, but little by little, a thought starts budding in her mind. She remembers what the moon world looks like. There is something that has always confused her. If there is no moon in this world, how does she even know what the moon is? She already knew about it before going to the moon world. A yellowish, round, celestial body that you can see at night. And even if they don't know about the moon world, her classmates know about the moon too. Maybe they learned about it in some picture book, or in a textbook, or in a novel. But then again, why would people in a moonless world write about the moon? She lets her thoughts flow freely as she moves with the crowd. Oh, finally, another riddle. As she goes with the blank of the city, she eventually finds herself in a familiar blank. The city is always full of people. You can never see the same view twice. As she strolls, her mind comes up with a different view than what her eyes are seeing. The forest of lush trees, a roaring, splashing waterfall, the waves on a beach. She doesn't know if she's ever actually seen any of these things before. She tries remembering what the city is actually supposed to look like. The crowded pedestrian crossings, the bustling district full of barkers, the damp alley, and of course, the street she's looking at now. If she doesn't keep herself grounded like this, she feels like she might lose it. And memorizing all that you see would be impossible. If you close your eyes for a second because of a passing car, a car runs through the street at a concerning speed. She wonders if she'll ever have to ride one herself. She doubts she ever could. Where are all these cars headed anyway? They surely all have different destinations, but they all move together in a huge flow, spreading through the city. If you close your eyes for a second because of a passing car with its blinding headlights, when you open them up again, the view is the same as this one. View has already changed. Yumichi likes how fluid and ever-changing the city is. As she goes with the flow of the city, she eventually finds herself in a familiar alley. The crowd gradually becomes thinner until eventually she is alone. She has gone with the flow so far that now she is stranded by herself in a place she doesn't know. This isn't even a rare occurrence for her. She could keep walking some more and just go back towards the station. But on second thought, she does know this place. She has been here once before. It's the street where she once saw a girl that looks like Mother Bear. Remembering that, she wonders if it could possibly be true. She wonders if Mother Bear could actually live in this world. A lot of things have gone through her head since she received that package, but she finally realizes something. The delivery meant that someone else in this world knew about the moon world. But what if that someone was Mother Bear? Maybe she only lives here during the day and goes there at night, like Yomichi used to. Mother Bear said that she lived in the Moon City. Can that really be trusted? Now, Yomichi is alone in the alleyway. It's the same alley as back then, but it feels different. Maybe because it's a different time of the day. After hesitating for a while, Yomichi starts walking. Assuming that walking around here she could run into that girl again, and assuming that the girl was indeed Mother Bear, what does Yomichi even want? Does she want to see her again? She believes that it would be better not to, but at the same time she wants to see her again and talk to her again. In any case, she starts walking, to see Mother Bear or to be sure once and for all that Mother Bear is not here. However, this is going to end. She can't leave now. She keeps walking. Right as the sky becomes red before starting to turn dark, Yomichi sees a girl in front of her. The girl she has seen so many times in the moon world is now in front of her, in an alley in her own world's afternoon. Hey! Yomichi calls out as she goes after her. Wow, they cut the story there. Chapter 3. This is chapter 4. The first things to lose their shape are the shadows falling on the street. As their contours blur, so does the whole city. The concrete walls looks like they have become a thick, heavy fog. Heavy as it is, fog is just fog. It can't keep a building standing. Looking up, Yumichi sees the electricity poles turning into sand and slowly crumbling away. The faintest trace of wind is enough to blow away both the sand and the fog. The asphalt under her feet starts stirring into waves and eventually flows away. The city she knows so well from her day world is disappearing. Like the other worlds she visited at night. The houses and large buildings which look so eternal have crumbled away in an instant. Before long, Yomichi has no idea where she is anymore. The whole city has turned into a homogeneous mixture of sand and fog. And then, the cloudy sky goes away. Not the clouds, the sky goes away. The sky itself goes away. The sunset-tinged canopy flies away. Revealing the vast dark space behind it. The stars are shining over Yomichi's head. She's standing over white sand. It feels like she has just woken up. It's the same as when the night world disappeared and she found herself awake in the day world, except this time the opposite has happened. Yomichi is in the desert on the moon. And in front of Yomichi, there she is. Mother Bear, who turned back when Yomichi called out to her, is standing there. The only thing that haven't crumbled away are Yomichi and Mother Bear. Everything surrounding them has disappeared and then changed into something else. It all happened the second they locked eyes. It's as if the world was waiting for them to see each other. When she sees Yomichi, Mother Bear smiles like usual. If it isn't Yomichi. That is what it takes for Yomichi to fully realize that she is in fact in the moon world. More than the sand beneath her feet, and more than than the vista surrounding her. Mother Bear's relaxed voice is what gives context to this whole place. It's been a while, huh? When Mother Bear laughs, Yumichi can't help but laugh as well. The two girls are staring at the empty moon around them like they used to. What were you doing? Damp air filling the alleyway is nowhere to be found. But Yomichi knows that the moments before she was in the day world and that Mother Bear was there with her. Yes, what was I doing? Mother Bear starts sniffling. The desert around them smells moon-like. Wonder what the moon would smell like. Then she smells her own clothes. Oh, I remembered, she says, snapping her fingers. I was going to a coffee shop I like. It'd been a while. Remember how I told you they'd changed their beans? Well, what you know, they changed them back. Great. Yomichi can't look straight at Mother Bear's laughing face. And that coffee shop is in that town. In that world you were in earlier? Yep. You were in that world too. Sure was. Yomichi opens her mouth, but she doesn't find anything to say. Actually, yeah, the plot does thicken. She doesn't even know how she's managing to stay up on her feet. There must be hundreds of questions that she wants to ask, but she can't come up with a single one. She stays there in silence, staring at the black sky for a while, but there is no point in looking at an empty sky. But of course she was slow, half expecting to meet in the day world. Looking at it for too long confuses her even further. She starts forgetting where she is, and thinking becomes that much more difficult. But on the other hand, it helps her talk. You can go to other worlds too? She asked in a whisper, so low that anyone further away than Mother Bear couldn't have heard her. I can. Since when? Always? I'm not sure. Since when I was about your age, I guess. So you've been to worlds other than this one, and the one we were in before? Of course. Do you know about the coffee shop in the tunnel? I don't think I do. What about the floating island? Oh, what's that? Sounds cool. Yomichi can't say any more. Her chest hurts as if an old scar had been ripped open. She has to focus just to keep breathing. She takes her time to think about what Mother Bear just has said. All right, Mother Bear says after looking at Yomichi's blank stare for a while. I forgot that you're just, that age. Yomichi has no idea what she means. She cocks her head to one side and Mother Bear looks satisfied with this reaction. So you belong to that city? Belong? You were born in that world, right? Yeah, I think so. That explains a lot. It does? Yomichi still can't understand why Mother Bear is smiling. Mother Bear knows something and is going to explain it to Yomichi. That's probably something that Yomichi could never expect. She'd be surprised not to be surprised. Interesting. But then she realizes something. Wait, she thinks, maybe, that one possibility that she'd always considered was actually true. Wait. Yomichi stares at Mother Bear. Could it be that it's not just me, and not just you and me either? Mother Bear returns the stare, and it's enough to tell Yomichi that what she's thinking is right. Could it be that everyone can go to different worlds? Yumichi asked her question and held her breath. This possibility had only crossed her mind unconsciously so far, but it had. I hope that's true. I hope that's not true. She finds herself hoping for both outcomes. Of course. Madobe gives her a slow nod. We, all of us, live in many worlds, not just one. Interesting. That's true of everyone once they're old enough, about your age. When you close your eyes because the sun's too bright, when you space out, walking in the middle of a crowd, when someone calls out to you all of a sudden. You don't know where you'll go and when, but you'll end up in another world. Mother Bear looks at the moon city far away. There are many different worlds with different kinds of people living in them, and of course, they can all go to all kinds of worlds. And sometimes they can meet with someone in two different worlds, like we did, but that's pretty rare. You're the first one I've ever met in two separate worlds. Yumichi is listening to Mother Bear's words as if in a daze. Really? Everyone? Like my classmates, my teachers, my mom? Yes, everyone. Well, I guess you're a bit precautious though. Different people start at different ages. How do you know all of this? Who taught it to you? My parents. I was way younger than you are now. You probably don't know because you were born in that world. What do you mean? Do you know about the moon? Huh? I do. I don't mean this place we're on now. I mean the one in the sky. Yumichi turns to her imagination and sees the yellowish white sphere rising once the sun is down. Yes, I do know about it. But there's no moon in your world, right? Yeah. A long, long time ago, everyone lived in a planet where you could see the moon from. Mother Bear starts sounding like she's reading a fairy tale. I think that they built the planet you're from to resemble that old planet. The cities, the way the people go about their lives, it's all the same as the old planet. I don't get it. So what? They say that the people on the old planet couldn't go to other worlds, she explains, sounding as if she's trying to recall a distant memory despite having never lived through it. I mean, everyone was in the same world, day and night. I mean, it's just something I heard about, mind you. So I guess that over there, speaking about other worlds is taboo, or a rule you could say, like the rule that lets you skip in this world. That must be hard for girls like you, Mother Bear continues, looking slightly sad. Your world is a nostalgic one, a copy of the world before people could go after other worlds, or before people could go to other worlds. That's why nobody ever explained anything to you. Neither your parents nor your teachers. I mean, even if they don't, you're bound to find out once you start doing it. But the people in your world just keep up the pretense. But what about you? You weren't born in that world. Me? No. I was born in that city over there. I couldn't go to your world before becoming an adult. But then, what about my friends at school? They don't know about this? That depends. Probably. Some do and some don't. Like some kids fall in love for the first time earlier than others. But why didn't anybody tell me about this? I can't say for sure, since I'm not from that world. Mother Bear puts her hands on her hips and starts thinking. She also knows about Yomichi's day world. She's never been inside a school, but she has run into children about Yomichi's age several times. Think of it like this. You felt like you couldn't talk about it to anyone, right? So nobody heard about it from you either. Oh, I didn't tell anybody about it, yes. Yumichi feels like she's listening to a weird fairy tale. She understands, but she's having a hard time believing any of it. To Yomichi, hers wasn't a nostalgic reenactment of life in the good old days, when the sky still had a moon in it. Her life was a normal thing, the only possible thing. I feel like I'm in another world. Because you are? I know, that's not what I mean. All kinds of thoughts are floating around in Yomichi's head. She can't predict what she'll end up thinking after she's calmed down. All she can do is stare at the desert of white sand. But among all those thoughts, one keeps raising its head over and over. So, everyone can go to other worlds. Yep. My parents, my teachers, my friends too. Everyone. So that means she finally finds the words to say what she was thinking. So I don't need to live there forever. Mother replies with a quick nod. Yeah, unless you want to. Yomichi feels something on her face. They're slow, calm tears. They feel like somebody else's. They're warm. She feels relieved and anxious at the same time, happy and sad. She clenches the sleeves of her shirt. As her vision blurs behind her tears, she thinks back to the many worlds she's visited so far. Yomichi doesn't know whether Mother Bear saw her tears. She speaks like a parent talking to a child who can't understand a very simple concept. Nobody lives in just one world, except for when they're really young. People live in many worlds. They live in them? Yes, they do. So you live in that world and sometimes you go visit other ones? Not quite. Sometimes I'm here. Not quite. Sometimes I'm there, yes, but I live in a whole bunch of worlds. I was born here, but that's it. It's not like I have to come back to sleep here every single night. It's just another world to me. I see. For you, your world is the one that you spent the most time in. But that's just because you're so young. Eventually, you'll have spent so much time in so many places that you'll feel attached to all of them the same amount. I wonder if it's the same for my mum and dad too. I'm sure it is. You don't know where they are while you're at school, do you? I don't. Sometimes they're with you, sometimes they're not. That's true of all people. Your friends, your teachers, neighbors. There are times where you don't know where they are, and there are times where you don't know where I am either, right? Right. Yomichi imagines that someone must have said these very same words to Mother Bear before. She still can't grasp this quite yet. To her, her world is the real one, and the other ones are just delusions that she's stumbled into. Delusions eventually disappear, leaving nothing behind. But then again, she saw the day world disappear as well. I thought that my world, the world where I was born, was the only real one. I know. I used to think the same thing. But that's not true. It's not. It's the world in which you were born. That's all. So I have to live in a bunch of different worlds? It's not that you have to. It just kind of happens since you can't choose what worlds you go to. Is it possible that I never managed to go back to the world I was born in again? I've never heard of people like that. It depends on you. If you don't need to go there, you won't be able to. Even though I'm not the one choosing where I go? Yes, you didn't choose to come here, but you wanted to see me, right? It's not like I wanted to come here just to see you. So you like the place, this empty desert? I do. So that's why you came. Mother Bear says that Yomichi can do what she wants. She's not being kind, nor is she being cold. It's just the truth. Yomichi is free to do what she wants. She can live in many different worlds. That sounds wonderful, but Yomichi can't just feel happy about it. There's a huge but lingering in her mind. But is that okay? Yomichi manages to put her thoughts into words. Can I really live here and there in all these worlds? Can we really live if we're not all in the same world? Mother Bear looks into Yomichi's eyes. If we all live like that then, even if we're together, maybe the other person will go to another world right after that. Maybe they live in a completely different way, and they think completely different things. By saying it out loud, Yomichi is trying to come to terms with what she's thinking. To her, having just one world to live in is normal. People can live together because that is normal for everyone. They can help each other and try and improve their world. I don't know how to put this, but shouldn't people all live together and help each other out? As she says this with a sniff, Yomichi has to put in a lot of effort not to break into tears again. She breathes in as slowly as she can. She doesn't want Mother Bear to see her crying. That'd be embarrassing. Mother Bear quietly waits for her to breathe out. I see. You have a point, she said with a nod after waiting for Yomichi to stop talking. Why are there so many worlds? Why do we have to live going from one to another? I don't know. I wish we could ask the gods or something. Sorry. I wish we could ask the gods or our ancestors or something, she adds with a shrug. But you see, she continues with a warm smile. Wouldn't it be hard to all live in the same world? I'm not sure. That doesn't make a lot of sense to her. After all, that's what she had always assumed was true. Everyone has to live in the same place according to the same rules. Not much freedom is there. Not that I think that's bad necessarily. But we couldn't do it. So we started living all spread out over many worlds. Probably. We? We who? Humanity. This got really big really quickly. Did it? Well, I guess it is big. Mother Bear stretches her head. Let's make it smaller then. Just about you, she says with a teasing laugh. Rather than only having one world, aren't you happy at being able to come here and see me? Yomichi thinks about it for a while and then starts laughing. Indeed, that makes it all feel smaller, insignificant, nothing worth worrying about. She looks up and wipes away her tears. Her damp face feels slightly cold. I guess I am. Of course it's not insignificant. She still doesn't quite understand what living through many worlds means. She's not ready to think about whether it's a good thing or not. But she knows how hard it is to be forced to live in a single world. She hates to admit it, but she was often relieved when she reached other worlds. Maybe it's fine not to feel at home in the day world. Maybe it's fine to treasure your time in the other worlds. She looks at the countless lights far away. She has never been there, but she knows it's a city full of people. They live there, but not just there. There's no single real world, Yamichi says, mostly to herself. Everyone has a lot of worlds they live in. Everyone has a lot of places they call home. Saying it helps her accept that reality. It'll take a long while longer until she can fully come to terms with it. She still can't believe that her parents and friends travel through worlds the same way she does. But at the same time, she realizes that it must be true. People are not strong enough or kind enough to all share a single world. They go from place to place, from connection to connection, living their lives. For a moment, she decides to stop worrying about other people and obscurely large concepts such as humanity. For now, she'll think about herself. Can I come here again? Of course. Mother Bear walks up to Yomichi and stands by her side. They walk together like they used to once. Like they will always do when Yomichi comes back here, time and again. Yomichi is excited about the future. The moon desert around her shows no sign of ending. A nice plot twist. Seems like more of like a coming of age story now. In the end, there was only one Ikemen. Me sad. Unfortunate indeed. But there were less characters than I thought. Of course, never enough, you know. The more the merrier, you know. Is that the end? Feels like it would be the end. Unless there's more. Oh no, that's it. That's the end. Very wholesome ending. At least she didn't get rid of all the... Because I thought it was going to be like, oh, she snaps back into reality and she matures and all the worlds and all the delusions are gone. But thankfully, it's normal. Everybody has all these different worlds that they traverse through, and wherever you need something, there'll be a world for it. Yes, indeed, Owarida. It's the end. It's a wrap. It's a really nice story though. Really nice animation and music as well. Really enjoyed it. Goodbye. Good purchase. There's an epilogue. A post-epilogue, sorry. In the city at night, Yumichi finds herself thinking about she's walking through the city at night. It's been a while now. When she closes her eyes, the noise grows distant and flurry. And a flurry of thoughts fills her mind. The desert and the moon. Coffee, the coffee. Ah, okay, so this one is whatever you feel like going back to. The prairie and the insect replica boxes. Back to the coffee, please. Not enough screen time. Sometimes Yumichi feels like she has a sixth sense. For example, before going around a corner in the school's hallway, she knows that behind she'll find a classmate. What's more, she even knows which classmate. However, it's probably nothing supernatural. Maybe she can just subconsciously tell whose footsteps make a certain sound. Or maybe she actually hears that classmate's voice, but without realizing it consciously. She knows that the real explanation is probably something like that. Now, her sixth sense is feeling something. She feels that when she will open the door, what she will see through it will be something out of the ordinary. Again, maybe this is all perfectly explainable. Maybe it's unusual sound. Maybe it's the unusual smell. Sorry, maybe it's the usual smell of coffee not being there. When she does open the door, the bell bolted onto it rings softly. Hoshi isn't there. No, our mans isn't there. Hoshi isn't there behind the counter. He's found a new world to traverse into. The old chairs are stored upside down on top of tables. Most of the lights are off. The counter she always used to sit in front of is covered in bags of coffee beans and dishware, seemingly placed there at random. She stops her hand before the door is completely open. The bell makes a weird, muffled sound. Someone shows up behind the counter. Oh? I'm sorry, we're closed for Oh, Yumichi. Hoshi, who was crouching down, stands up as soon as she sees her. As soon as he sees her, accidentally hitting his arm against a shelf. One of the cups on the shelf falls on the floor and shatters. Can't tell if I'm cleaning the place up or making it even dirtier, huh? Hoshi says while collecting the broken cup pieces with a dustpan. I'm sorry, it's because I walked in on you. Oh no, it's not your fault. After picking up all the cup shards, he puts them in a paper bag and seals it. Then he grabs a marker pen and writes "Dangerous" sharp on it. To make sure he hasn't missed any, he switches the light off and takes another look at the floor. He places the paper bag on the counter and then looks around the shop. Say, ignoring the cup thing, does this place look tidy to you? The place is not tidy in the slightest. Wow, okay, it's just straightforward like that. There are things thrown around everywhere, particularly behind the counter. All the shelves are open and the content has been placed onto the tables. Empty bottles, old cans, dirty rags, bags full of trash. Yomichi sees these and many more things she didn't even recognize. You're tidying it up? She asks while sitting down at the counter. The counter itself is so full of things, piles of cups, used matches and more, that she can barely put her elbows on it. Good question, he replies with a shrug. He takes a cup from the top of the pile and starts scrubbing it with a piece of cloth. The cup didn't look particularly dirty to begin with. Are you leaving? Yomichi asks without looking him in the eyes. I am. Why? I've got enough money saved up and I'm starting to get bored of this place. Will you open another shop somewhere else? Probably, but that could be next week just as well as next year. Yomichi grabs the cup in front of her, but seeing that it's empty, puts it back next to the one that Hoshi has just finished scrubbing. So you're tidying up because you're leaving? Yes, I mean, I can't really say that I'm tidying up. Just look at this place. Hoshi throws away the rag that sits on a wooden footstool. Looking at Yomichi, he rests his elbows on the counter. His face gets close to hers. They were always looking at each other from opposite sides of the counter, but this time it's different. He doesn't work here anymore, or at least he'll stop soon. I figured that whoever will run the place after I'm gone, would be annoyed if they could feel my presence, traces of my being here. That's why I'm dirtying it up. The next person will start by tidying it all up again and then it'll be their shop. Fun, right? Hoshi's voice is not as composed as usual, and the novelty makes it harder for Yomichi to follow along. Also, I wouldn't want them to draw any conclusions about me just by seeing the place. I think they'll draw a conclusion or two when they see the state of it. I'm not worried about that. I'm doing it on purpose after all. Say someone points out a quirk in the way you speak. Isn't it way more annoying if it's something you never noticed it yourself? He says with a laugh. She rests her head on her hand and wonders if that's really the case. The people of this world, including Hoshi, are probably too different from Yomichi for her to understand them and their way of living. Maybe she'll never truly understand what he means. Well, if the decor hasn't ruined your mood, can I interest you in a cup of coffee? He says while fumbling around looking for the coffee siphon, which is under a bag of beans. Oh, yes please. Hoshi stands up and washes his hands. When he does it, it somehow looks cool. This is the first time you've run a coffee shop, right? You taught you how to brew coffee and stuff. Huh? I just winged it. Yomichi imagines that maybe the people in this world are all just born with a talent for brewing excellent coffee. Slightly disappointed, she waits until she can smell the usual aroma. It's on the house, Hoshi says, and so this time Yomichi's tears just fall onto the table. She's captivated by the small droplets surrounding the saucer. On the other side of the counter, Hoshi, once again sitting on the footstool, is also having a cup of coffee. Doesn't it make you cry? His eyes look as dry as ever. Oh no, I can't make myself cry. Saving would really be easy if I could. You said you've saved up enough though. Yomichi runs a hand across her face, touching the tears with her fingertips, but they don't turn into coins or anything like that. What happens to the tears you get from customers? Hoshi's taken aback for a second before regaining his composure and giving her a nod. Yomichi realizes that she must have just asked something extremely obvious. So obvious that the people of this world would never bother to talking about it. It's not something she would normally do, as much as possible. She'd like to behave like the people originally from that world would do. But the chaotic state of the shop has made her let her guard down. Today, anything goes. And more importantly, today is probably the last chance she'll ever get to talk with Hoshi. It's not something you go around to people, but Hoshi takes a small leather pouch out of his pocket. He loosens the drawstring, keeping it closed, and pulls two fingers inside. When his fingers come out, they're pinching something. To Yomichi, it looks like they are pinching onto a speck of pure light. It's a gem, shining to an almost blinding degree of brightness. It's as bright as actually much brighter than any diamond she's ever seen. She can't believe it's just reflecting what little light is inside the shop. If anything, it's lighting up Hoshi's face so much that she has to believe it's actually producing its own light. What is this? She asks bedazzled, and Hoshi eagerly explains. It's a tear. Yours. Well, he quickly adds, I'm not sure it's yours. It could be from some other customer. Then he puts away the gem. It looks like there are many more where that came from. The sheen remains burned into Yomichi's eyes for a good while. The tears turn into gems? Yeah, after you get tears, you grow them with love and care. Well, you just let them sit, and eventually they turn into crystals, and we collect them. Hoshi shakes the leather pouch, making the gems inside jingle. Thinking of it, that gem did kind of look like a teardrop. And once you've collected them, your wishes come true. Huh? This is as much of a composed reaction as Yomichi can muster. Literally, you need more for a bigger wish, but in general, they make all wishes come true. Or so I'm told. Told? Seriously? Oh, I thought the credits rolled. Is this one of the endings? Yeah, so there's post-epilogue episodes, I guess you could say, or chapters. So I'm assuming you can visit every character or every world one last time to see how everyone wraps up. Pretty much, I'm assuming. So you were lying? Joking? No, I'm dead serious. It's just that nobody ever uses them. I do. I like losing my voice. I'm voicing, like reading everything for like, how many hours now? Oh my god, it's been 3 hours, 3.5 hours, pretty much. It's like the longest I think I've ever consistently talked. She definitely feels like he's pulling her leg, but on some level, she can trust him. He's neither lying nor joking. What with the dim light in the shop? This really feels like a dream. What's your wish then? I don't really have one. Then why are you collecting those? Maybe one day I'll get a wish I want granted. Gotta be prepared. Instead of pondering just how serious he is, she decides it's much easier to stop thinking altogether. To be honest though, I can't imagine what I'd even wish for. I enjoy my life, and even if I didn't, I could just change it. Move somewhere, change my name, start over. I can't imagine having something I wish for that much. He puts away the pouch and looks up. Just looking at this mess is enough to make one lose focus. I'm sure I'll die before I use any of them, he says with self-deprecating laugh. Somehow Yomichi agreed. It's not just Hoshi. All of the people in this world have the same approach to life. They don't know what to expect from the future, and they don't care that much about the past. The concept of doing something one day does not quite make sense to them. They live in the moment, and the world around them defines and delimits that moment. Yomichi tries imagining how it would feel, and it's uncomfortable, but she knows that for them it's nothing of the sort. Even if they reached their deathbed with all their gems unused, they probably wouldn't have any regrets about it. Suddenly, the loneliness hits Yomichi. You won't be here the next time I come? Probably not. Say, can I come with you? He looks at her. Surely this is just one more difference between the people from those two very different worlds. The idea of someone coming along with him when he leaves the shop has never crossed his mind. He doesn't reply immediately, but he doesn't look like he's searching for an excuse to say no. You'd better not to. I can't really explain why. No, I get it. Sorry. Yomichi takes the cup to her mouth once again. He takes another sip too. I've been here for so long that maybe I'm not one to talk, but I don't think you should get too attached to any one place or person, especially if it's something as little grounded as I am, he says as he winks at Yomichi. Do you ever go to other worlds? Of course, I don't just live here. He travels through worlds just like her, but she can't imagine how his life in any other world could be like. Then again, this applied to any person she has ever met. She only knows how they are in the world that she meets them in. I spend a lot of time here because I like the place. I spend whole days hiding here. But, he continues, I can't limit myself to this. There are people I know all around different worlds, and some are even waiting for me. I guess I could come here to run away from all that noise, he laughs. Just hiding won't do though. You never know when you'll get tired of a place. The more you stay there, the more connections you make, so I need to find new places that I can be free and relax in. A place that one can be free and relax in. For Yomichi, that perfectly described the moon desert. Am I adding to all that noise too? Not yet, but maybe eventually you would, he replies nonchalantly. That's kind of a shock. If you can say that to my face, it probably means that it's not that bad of a shock. He puts down his now empty cup. Let some time pass and then come back here again. It'll be a new shop with a new owner. Probably not a coffee shop. Who knows? Maybe they'll sell used clothing, or they'll do concerts, or they'll show movies. Let's just hope it doesn't get turned into a bar. You'd be too young for that. I'll just order a glass of milk then. She jokingly says that, but she's actually honestly concerned. The next time she comes here, it'll be a different shop. She'll probably know it even before she opens the door. Maybe there'll be a brand new neon sign at the entrance. Maybe she'll hear voices and music inside. All the doors in the tunnel just have a small frosted glass painted on them. She won't be able to look inside without opening it. That's scary. She let her real thoughts slip. Hashi nods in agreement. I'm scared too. Going on a journey is scary. Why do I get so nervous about going to places I don't know? But that's not stopping you. Yeah, it's scary, but still better than the alternative. Staying in one place forever and rotting there. Yomichi gets that feeling. When you spend all your time in one place, surrounded by the same people, you start growing roots. Sometimes those roots become so deep that moving away means being torn apart. Forcing herself to move away before she gets too attached is how she protects herself. While she puts the empty cup in the sink, she wonders if he'll wash it before leaving. Well, if next time you come here you find it's not the kind of shop you like anymore, you can just stop coming. I bet there are a lot of other nice places around. You could just wait for the new owner to leave and the shop to change again. Yomichi isn't sure of how much time that would take. What shop will you set up next? I don't know. I'll figure it out once I find an empty space. This world's tunnel is very, very long and has many, many rooms. Hoshi himself has said that he doesn't know how long it is. The people hop from room to room with a seemingly endless array of temporary residences to choose from. She can't even begin to imagine how many rooms of people there are here. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll meet again, he says. I bet you'll be a totally different person by then. And you too. More than me, actually, since you're still growing up. Maybe I wouldn't even be able to recognize you. You have a point. If they ever got to meet again, they would be both different people. Hoshi wouldn't be a coffee shop owner anymore, and Yomichi wouldn't be a young girl anymore. Their personalities and ways of dressing may have changed as well. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to connect with each other in the same way they do now. But that sounds fun too. Yomichi is sad about losing a place she feels comfortable in and not being able to see Hoshi when she comes here anymore. But she's being honest when she says it sounds fun. She wonders what they would look like and what they would think of one another if they ever met again. Maybe she'd feel nostalgic, maybe she'd feel disappointed, or maybe yet she'll be the one disappointing him. Not all the future holds is pleasant, but she still looks forward to it. And there's just one thing about the future she is sure of. She is sure that from now on, she'll think of this place whenever she drinks coffee. She's grown roots into this place, and maybe the day will come that she will regret it. Maybe eventually she'll even forget about it.
Hey, listen here, bucko. You need to drink your water.
Thank you for the hydrate.
That's a promise.
Thank you,
Not
thank
a
you.
threat. You better do it now.
But not completely. It'll become a distant, harmless memory that pops back up from time to time, unable to influence the present in any significant way. Pointless, maybe, but confronting, but comforting. There is no harm in having a couple of memories like that. She finishes her last cup of coffee, looking forward to the day when this flavor will have it become a treasured memory. A single tear falls from her face and onto the counter. Just a hypothetical, but how much money for you to do a karaoke stream? Just asking their ulterior motives. How much money? I would say like in the thousands at least. But yeah, no. Thousands, correct? Yes, thousands. That is how much I don't want to do. Yeah, I don't do karaoke. My singing voice is not cheap, because that's how bad it is. That's how bad my singing voice is that I'm like so ashamed of it that it will cost thousands of dollars to for it to happen. But I hypothetically don't have that kind of money. That's unfortunate. That's a you loss, not a me loss. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of endings for this one. I don't think I have the voice capacity to read the other other three endings and narrate them. So I think I'll probably end the stream. Or yeah, I might play the other endings off stream when I have time. Yeah, it's an ending for each of the different characters. 4 hours, yes. My voice is pretty much gone. 4 hours of narration, that's crazy. Imagine yapping for 4 hours straight. That's crazy. But I really did enjoy this game, honestly. And then imagine 4 hours of sleep. That's not happening. My voice would be gone like by the 1 hour mark. Honestly, not happening. You'd be literally listening to like a dying chicken. Wahoo, then with day 1 of being an associate. Nice, good job, you did well. Does anyone even else play this game? No, no one else is streaming this game. It's just me. Is there anyone I can raid? Let's see. That sucks that no one else is playing this game, so I can't even raid into them. Is there anyone else? Yes, you joined when I literally have finished pretty much 4 hours of narration of a visual novel. And my voice is pretty much gone, so yeah. Anybody with a cute model?
Hey, listen here, bucko. You need to drink your water.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you.
Caps, that's a promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
One cute model. One. I think there's a green-headed chibi model that I think I can read into if he turns on the stream, you know. I wonder who it could be. I wonder. You don't stream on Mondays, do you? What days do you usually stream? Let's have a look. Schedules. Ah, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. I see, I see. I swear nobody streams on a Monday. Makes sense. Nobody I know streams on Monday. I'm the only person who streams on Monday. Pain. But Ara, if you have a recommendation, I'm more than happy to go rate them. Cute model? Cute model? I can't seem to find anybody. Hmm. Actually, we can raid into a fellow Australian YouTuber. Oh, wait. What? Wait, did someone redeem? Wait. Oh, wait. I just realized this entire time you had redeemed. I was so out of it. There's a crab right here. I just realized, I looked over, I'm like, wait a second, why are there two red pincers like going on? What's going on? That's hilarious. I was just like, wait a second. I don't know why whenever it switches, it always like it always just like shows the pincers at the very bottom like this. It never comes up. I don't know why, but yeah. I feel like it's kind of a waste though, because I'm about to end stream. Can I refund you and then next time I'll pop it up? Or it'll be next week though. It's for a bit, for a small period of time. Free refunds for selected things. Only selected things.
Hey, listen here, but
We're doing one last high trade.
that's a promise, not a threat. You better do it now.
Or do I drop you guys off onto an art stream? Honestly, I don't get how people are able to find people to raid. It's so hard. And I have like an innate fear of like raiding bigger streamers. So I'm like, gotta find small streamers. Does anyone have like streamers that they watch that are live at the moment that I can just chafe and take and send you guys there? They're about to end the stream. It's like, oh no. Rory could have a look. Rory. Oh, they're an Australian VTuber as well, I see. The model's pretty cute. Okay. We'll raid into him in that case. Him? He? She? He? So I muted it so I don't want to pop his voice onto a thing. Okay, that is the go. Okay, raid 1 is for subs, raid 2 for followers. And thank you so much, guys, for coming by today. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed my husky voice and terrible narration of a visual novel. But I will catch you guys next week. Probably on Monday, I think. But yeah, I'll catch you guys next time and enjoy your time in Rory's chat. I actually don't know what I'm going to stream next stream, to be honest. I think I have a game that I want to stream, but I don't know. We shall see. Oh my god, you guys can... The last minute ad. That's crazy.